Recorded in front of a live studio audience.
Uh-oh. Yeah! Yeah!
Yay! Yay!
Yippee!
Recorded in front of a live studio audience.
That last song is so pretty, but it's not the vibe right now. Yo, what up, Decoy? Hold on a minute, hold on a minute. Are we ready? It's 5 o'clock on the dot. Oh my god, a juice redemption? What the hell? What's up, everybody? Clovey Girl 123, Zorak Simbera with the juice, Proton with the juice as well. Ali, what's up? Brett Anadeluski, how you doing? What's going on? Bobbert, Gatorade Radical. Brett, welcome in. Simbera. Tidge. So much juice to give out. Hold on a minute. Clovey Girl, what's up? How are you? Zorak, how are you doing? Bunzane, welcome back. Good to see you again. Platinum Fox, how are you? BMing me in House's chat earlier. I saw that. Don't think I did not. Tainted Azazel, what up? Nova, how are you doing? How are the plants? So much juice. Also, Sakuma 20, first time chatter. Thank you for stopping by. You followed the channel while I was offline and now you're here. Interesting. Also, is your name a Ligma setup perhaps? If not, I apologize, but it is a good one. What's up, everybody? How are y'all doing?
Yeah!
How is everybody on this Tuesday? It's so loud. Sorry, hold on, I'm screaming. If I show the block of cheese on stream, please warn you. You want to see it? Ben the Glitcher, welcome back. How you doing? Cheese! Look at the cheese! It came in the mail finally. It's the, yeah, this is my RGB 30. The Pow Kitty. It was in the mailbox. You're one crash away from your 25th Splunky crash. I have not booted it up yet. I'm letting it charge. We're gonna let it charge and then I'll boot it later. Can I show actual cheese? No, I don't think we have any actual cheese. Okay, we're gonna let that sucker charge. Is that a gun magazine? This? I mean, kind of. No, it's not. It's a pill case. Chains adjacent? There's no chains! The chains? I had to hide the chains because y'all kept like being weird about it. I don't know where they went. Connell, what's up? How are ya?
Mr. Connell.
Maybe the loudest soundbite. It was literally just Simbera. Yeah, but look, it's kind of like in a classroom. When one class clown acts up, everyone suffers. Any tips for Celeste? Honestly, just play the game. Don't be afraid of failure. Don't get frustrated over if you get like killed over and over again. That's kind of the whole point. You learn the language of the game very naturally, I think. You watched The Mummy on the plane home and you thought of me? Aw, cute. Isn't it a great movie? You put it in with the handcuffs? I don't have handcuffs. This song kind of goes hard too. What the heck? Hold on. I'm tied to a few specific things. Dude, Bartimus, he tagged me in Dan's stream earlier today and was like, hey, I finally saw Midsommar. And he was like, the whole time, all I could think of is, how is this a cozy film? Snag, what's up? I was flattered. It feels nice when people think about you, even if it is over weird stuff. Also, those of you unawares, in the Discord, I have finally released the butt emoji. Booty exists in the Discord only because I don't think it's I think it's TOS for Twitch. But I had to finally release it. Okay, here's the thing. I originally intended to include the butt emoji, but I didn't quite understand what kind of community we were facilitating and fostering. And over time, it's become evident that it's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of what the people want. Please remind today's chatters about the competition. Ah, yes, of course. For those unawares, the third Meadow trial is underway presently. You still have time to submit your things. It is a movie-based Meadow trial in which you will submit 5 of your favorite movies in some manner of category. So a good example would be my 5 favorite movies starring Tom Hanks, or my 5 favorite movies that are animated, or my top 5, I don't know. If you don't have to have a theme. But either way, let it be said that you did not ask for booty. Is the bot still dead? I might have to go re-authenticate. Hold on. Stream Elements is just dropping the ball? Either way, if you're in the Discord, !Discord, you can go into the Meadow Trial channel, take a peek at what's going on in there. You'll get the idea pretty quickly. This Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to commence with the, here, you know what? Boom. I can be the bot. Saturday, 10 a.m., we will go through, and I will try to guess who submitted what movies. And if there was a theme provided, I will try to guess the theme. What's wrong with my hair? I do have it macroed. It's a button on my stream, or my Steam Deck. Stream Deck, yeah. Caves of Covenants. The way it works is you can pick a theme. Yo, TTS bot, what's up? You can pick a theme, and then you pick movies based on your theme that you've seen and that you like. Or you can just pick movies that you like. It doesn't have to have a theme. All of my jokes today butchered. DJ Knuckles, don't get down on yourself. Your jokes were good. It's just like, there was a lot of activity in the Discord today. I don't know if y'all noticed. And it's sometimes the tide just carries things away rapidly. Y'all almost missed that I put the butt emote in there. I snuck it in during some more chaos. Too busy scrolling up. It would take a long time to get to the top of even today. What was that about the butt emote being stolen? It wasn't stolen, but there have been some... It came to my attention that the butt emote was getting leaked into other spheres of influence, where I was like, you know what? I should keep it in the meadow as much as I can. The butt was leaking. So I went ahead and released it rather than letting it propagate elsewhere. Because, I mean, I was like, look, again, at first, when the Discord was starting up, when the Twitch stream was starting up, I was unsure what the vibe was going to be. Even though in my head I had an idea of where it might go. So, I held on to it. And then when I realized it was going to be that kind of community, that kind of interface, I was like, you know what? Sure. The meadow is wholesome, but we are unhinged. That's what I would call it. What do you mean, that kind? If you have to ask, you don't want to know. Man, I am thirsty. It is so warm out today, and the pollen is crazy. You're innocent? Connell, you were the first one to steal the butt emote. Is the Palkitty comfortable to hold? I would say yes. I haven't gotten to play on it yet, so I can't confirm or deny if it's like good for long periods of time. But it feels nice in the hands. It feels nicer than I was expecting it to. Caught in real time. It feels nice. The buttons, the D-pad, even the analog sticks, they feel like Joy-Cons, which is not exactly a huge, that's not huge praise, because the Joy-Cons, I think, also suck. The block form factor seems unusual. GHTY Trip K, what's up? Interesting name choice. Thank you for the follow. Wow. Sounds Welsh? Maybe. It's how you laugh in Portuguese? How do you pronounce that? Yo, Tyler, what up? How are ya? Eating before they eat 10 ads and go off. That was weird. I was like tangentially aware of what was going on in Dan's chat today. I was so busy at work and I wanted to fight somebody. Welcome in, GHTY. How can I pronounce that? Can you elaborate more on the Palkitty? Is it Steam? Is it like a... It's an emulator. Yeah, it just has like emulation software. So RetroPie is a good example, I guess. It has its own like software on it, or like operating system, but you can download other ones and load them up. It feels nice. Emulation, it's good. So I got this one particularly because it has a 1:1 aspect ratio screen, which should be perfect for Pico 8. It also has onboard Wi-Fi. So like I can hook up and run Pico 8 natively on this device. What's the operating system? That's a great question. I don't remember. I don't think it's Onion though. I'm going to take the operating system off of my Mio when it comes in, and I'm going to put Onion on it, I think. I remember the last time I was in one of your streams before leaving to go to bed. You broke some ears by spending 500 channels. Oh yes, we do have the Kazoo. Kazoo is good. I still have it. The native OS is bad. Hey on, let's juice some folks. A lot of juice redemptions at the start of the stream. The native OS is bad. It didn't look great, but I think Onion looked much better. So that's why I was like interested in doing Onion specifically. Juice me so I can go on a Peepo run? All right, Proton, let's see. You need toughness or dexterity or speed. Speed would be good, especially considering the run you're about to go on. Scoop, ready? Wit. You got some purple juice? I'm in the corner, bozo. You're right. My bad. Sorry, Proton. You got a purple, so you're at level 4 now. Now quick, go on your run. Does the stream seem a little framey to anybody else? I guess not. It's just weird. Who else? Simbera? Scoop. You could also use some speed or luck. Speed or luck would be nice here. Another wit. Bit framey just then. We're not dropping any, like, kilobytes. It just looked weird. I think the Meadow itself might have been stuttering a little bit. Yeah, wit's on sale today. 1, 2, 3. Scoop! Desperate. Desperate for a taste of luck. Absolutely desperate. What can we do? What can we do to, like, guarantee luck? Why is Austin red? It's because he has not been sprouted yet. I did that so I don't accidentally try to juice somebody before they're sprouted. Tyler! Arborcat, thank you for the gift sub to Tyler. I don't know what's wrong with my notifications. Maybe it'll come through in a moment. I think maybe my internet is struggling a little bit. That's a juice for you too, by the way. Arborcat, which you are here. Let's give 1, 2, 3 the juice. I'm curious to see if it'll be luck. Maybe it's this. Posture check. Maybe it's the cage. I mean the playpen. Maybe you need to move somewhere else. I'm gonna juice you right here next to my face. I'm gonna stare right at you. It was not good enough. Strength. You like the strength. It's crazy. I can't believe you've rolled so poorly on luck. Arborcat? What are you looking for? Pretty much anything would be good to see here. Connell!
Connell 360 just acquired 10 juices. They've slurped a total of 100 juices in the past.
Your 100th juice from gift subs? Holy! Now, if you get any luck and nobody else gets luck, it's gonna be a little sus. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for the 10 gifties. You're crazy for that one. Ready? Strength. Still no luck. Luck is not on sale. Cat Sensei's juice is gonna be extra moldy by the time he gets back from Japan. Clovey girl, where you at? There you are. Scoop. Luck or strength? What is this song, by the way? It's so Monka. This is good. We want, like, you need luck, strength, or toughness. Let's see what you get. More apple juice. A Zeppelin luck bit reward emote. I gotta get in the kitchen, man. I gotta get in the kitchen. I gotta cook up some emotes. One emote in particular has been taking my focus. My game category says Lunky 2. Yeah, that's because I was supposed to start the stream with Lunky. I'm going to. We're gonna pivot to that shortly, but I'm giving out some juice just temporarily. Because there's no stream category for this. Fix the 4 guys. You don't like the eyes being, like, broken? GT Tuna? I saw you were in here, but I don't know if you're here, so I don't want to juice you quite yet. Bobbert? I saw you. Yo, Average Atlas, what up? Yeah, no, thank you, Burnman, for the heads up. We're definitely going to be playing some Splunky today. And not only are we going to be playing Splunky today, we're going to be PvEing today. I feel it in my bones. Milk!
When I feel that milk pool.
We took a
over
rest
my
from
body.
Splunky on purpose. Dude, you love the milk. You've got 5 milk. Bobbert is the tastiest looking. They're the blood orange flavor. This is the blood orange triumvirate. Wait, quadrumvirate. Cyber Benny, what up? Tidge? Where's Tidge? Scoop. What are you looking for? You need... Man, only 2 wit? That's surprising. Speed. 9 speed. You're one of the fastest mushoos, I think. Still no luck, by the way. Alright. Connell. I swear to God. Hold on, let's look at the leaderboard real quick before we juice you. 123 is hanging on for dear life right now. 17 on this. Connell is... Oh my God, he is only 1 away from tying. Let's see if you manage to avoid it. Yeah! Average Atlas. 6 lux, 4 speed incoming. Let's see. There's a strength. Dexterity is your lowest stat, surprisingly. Get back up here. Scoop. You love the apple juice. Strength. Another strength. Dude, strength is on sale today. Big time. Milk.
When I feel that milk pour over my body.
Dude, no luck, period. That was a wit. Does that mean you're tied now? That was a strength. You are tied now. 1 more wit and you are going to be clearing the leaderboard. Oh, look at all the strength, man. Oh, you did it. Your last one. Your last one. Oh my God. It's all Connell. Platinum Fox with the juice. This is the leaderboard right now.
Connell. Mr. Connell.
All right. You need more milk. You're the one that started milk. Dude, how many strengths is that today? That's a crazy amount of strength. Everyone being normal in here? Yes. Everyone remain calm. Stay normal. What up, Bendejo? Okay. Thank you all so much for the support at the front half of the show. Y'all are crazy for that one. That's a lot of juice redemption. So many Zeeds just got stockpiled. I don't know what we're going to do with them, but we're holding on to them. Your girlfriend just gave you soup? Wait, what kind of soup? I had soup for lunch today. Ouch. I'm gonna keep looking over at this Pow Kitty to see if it's charged. Do y'all do that thing? I don't know if this is a rumor or a myth these days, but is it better for your electronic device to let it be completely dead and then charge it all the way? Is that antiquated thinking? First off, does anyone know what I'm talking about? Let's get the Splunkin'. That was for old battery types. You should not do that. You shouldn't charge it all the way. What? We're lunking. We're PBing today. I am officially over the slump. We reached like maximum overdrive in the, what is it called? The diminishing returns department. My PB is 731 or something like that. Dude, the bot is actually just dead, huh? Can we add stream elements to fix it? Tomato tortellini? I don't think I've ever had a tomato tortellini soup. Can anybody go? Y'all ever use down detector to see if something's offline, even if it stops working for you for like 3 minutes? I'm always interested to see like the heartbeat of what's alive and what's dead. Often. Scoop. All right, so it has been a few days since I've played Splunky. We gotta get our bearing, but I think our muscles have healed and we should be in much better shape. You've never used down detector? Why would I wait 3 minutes? Because sometimes I just assume it's my internet. Twitch and Reddit. Reddit Batchest? What's y'all's favorite subreddit if you are on Reddit? How's the Peek Away game coming along? It's coming along nicely. The last thing we were working on stream, I haven't gotten to work on it since the last stream we did, which was yesterday. So I've not worked on it today, I guess is what I mean to say. We might be working on it later today. But the last thing we were working on was a transition, like a scene transition between level transition and then also when the player dies, quote unquote, takes damage. So it's coming along nicely. I just think there's a handful of other things I want to add before I start getting into the actual like level design aspect. And then I'm just gonna stitch levels together, add some sound effects and music, and then call it a day. Put it out there for the world to see. Especially because I now have my Powkiddy and I want to play it on my own handheld device. Scoop! Gone Wild Kool-Aid is your favorite subreddit? How many of you have looked at my Reddit account? Be honest. Were you bored when you got there? Because there's nothing spicy or interesting. Why did I leave the shotgun? Mostly because I think it's a liability for my own safety. I feel like more often than not, I accidentally like shoot it in a way that gives me enough kickback that knocks me into spikes or something along those lines. Basically, I'm bad at it. Shotgun is OP, some Barra viewers know this. Shotgun is fine. Uh-oh, that's bad. Quick! We had to get out of there. I wanted to do more on this floor. There was a lot of good stuff on that floor we could have leveraged, but... Yo, Kiki Owo, what's up? How are you? I know, I panicked, okay? I panicked, I didn't grab the jump boots. I was like, I gotta get out of here. It was like that part of Skid Row. That's the second time today I've made that reference. Whoop! Okay. Did y'all hear that sound just now? My cats are fighting on the bed, and they made a funny sound. You like shotgun to kill Quillback? Don't you, if you shoot him the wrong way, it blows up the bombs that he gives you, right? Funny sound like meow. It was like a weird warble. Such has this like throat warble that she does when she's trying to get Nori to leave her alone. There it is again. Did y'all hear that? They're fighting over like the one spot on the bed that's sunny. Guys. Guys. Dude, Sush, man. If they were to actually fight, I think Sush could easily kill Nori. Sush just, like, beats her in every weight category by, like, a significant margin. Do you know if Picotron is going to use Lua? Yeah, Tyler, I think from what I've looked at, I booted up the playground they have for Picotron. It looks like Picotron is essentially Pico 8 with a few new things added to accommodate like 3D vector mapping, and then also handling, like built-in handling for a mouse, which is not something that's in Pico 8. So like you can get like the mouse button, which is like a new controller methodology baked into it. I know you can like do mouse stuff in Pico 8, but it's a little bit hacky to do it. It's not like a native or inherent thing to the console. So it looks basically like it's going to be a more robust, higher resolution Pico 8. And something that was really fascinating to me that I noticed about it in their FAQ is that the Picotron, if you want to make a Picotron cart, so like the Pico 8 carts that exist, which are just the PNGs that you can share with the game content built into it. If you make a cart, there's a limitation on the size of the project, just like in Pico 8. But it's a lot larger, obviously, so it can accommodate much bigger projects. But if you don't do that and you export binaries only, you can actually make an unlimited size project. So you can actually use Picotron as a like much more you can use it for much more complicated projects that you can like export out and sell to Steam and whatnot, which is really interesting to me. Yes, you can make a big full game with it. It seems like it's a nice natural evolution from Pico 8. I'm interested to see how popular it gets, because I think the larger scope that it will allow for will produce fewer games on average. So the community will be a little bit smaller just because it's harder to make games of that size. But, and also something I was thinking about, the resolution for the Picotron is actually 16 by 9. Which is a much harder resolution for like these little physical handheld devices that people seem to buy and use it for Pico 8. But that does mean it'll look real nice on modern monitors. I'm super interested. It comes like 0.1 comes out in 1 day or 2 days. It's on Thursday. And I am keeping my eyes peeled. Maybe you could stop learning Love 2D. I mean, Love 2D is Lua based, right? The same as Pico 8. So I don't think you're wasting your time. There's just probably more in, There's probably more in Love 2D's library. Do you see that guy down there? More in Love 2D's framework that you can leverage for certain things. I am very interested in what Picotron has to offer, though. Get me out of here, dude! Look at his shop! Buy paste first. Give me a singular bomb box. Oh, baby, I would love to have that other one. I wanted to steal there, but I think it was too dangerous. Man, I really want to do the Kali altar, but there's a lot of Minkus. Do you think this will piss off the shopkeeper if I blow this up right here? Yes, because it's his sign. 100% yes. Toast Kitten, welcome in. First time chat message. I don't want to put a bomb up in that other corner because of the ghost jar. That was a bad jump. We'll just go around. I'm willing to spend the resources for this. Toast Kitten is a very cute name. I agree. You'll love to see things you don't already have. Unless it's a parachute. I mean, I still like the parachute. Parachute's nice to have. We need to hurry. Burned a lot of time trying to figure that little puzzle out. Toast Kitten! Thank you for the follow. I'm actually amazed. Kelly can't give you something you already have. Is that true? I feel like we've heard the follow sound effect upwards of 300 times now. Which is awesome, by the way. Thank you all so much. But no one has guessed what it's from. Which blows my mind. Spelunky 2 plus code-related stuff equals instant follow. Well, I hope you like what you see, because we are... That's basically all we've been doing for a little while now. Scoop, scoop. But I like it. I like coding. I like doing game development stuff on Twitch, especially. This follow sound effect, no one's guessed what it's from. Or mentioned that they recognize it from something. I gotta spin the wheel, don't I? I didn't even make the wheel. What is the wheel punishment? Gargoyles art. People keep wanting like a baking stream, but that's hard to... Baking stream is hard to accommodate. That was a heartbreaker. That run was amazing. That block, I did not even see it. Leak average Atlas's gym picks. I can't do that. That's not fair. That's not a punishment. Also true. I'm just gonna throw some question marks in there for now. What? Watch it land. It better not. If it lands on it, I should get like 1 mulligan per stream. The first spin should never actually count. I'm so confused. Okay, so that was a +2 on the wheel. So we're at 97 and 3. I'm not gonna do the refresh slice of the wheel just because it takes too long. Justice Stress, what's up? How are you? Whew, that was close. I did like the way it looked as it came around the bend. Also, I don't like the sounds we selected this time. Hold on a minute. Pensive. Kiss smack? Okay. Justice Stress, how are you? What's going on? Oh! I forgot to put everyone's art on the fridge. You know why? It's because I got home and I was too busy like oohing and awing over this thing and figuring out how to charge it. I will put everyone's art on the fridge for tomorrow or for Thursday for sure. The fridge has like no real estate left on it and I love that. It's a great problem to have. Scoop. We're doing good. The weather saved. Sheesh. The weather has been really nice today, which is not a good sign for my Splunky skills, as we are all aware. That felt kind of scuffed, to be honest with you. Yeah. Boink. Well, this kind of suck. Watch this. Whew! That felt smooth. Get me out of here, dude! Kind of annoying placement for this altar. We're gonna have to cook. I don't think we have to cook, but I'm gonna cook. We have to cook in some capacity. Average Simbera play. The part where I fell and died. Horrible cooking. Horrible cooking. This is why we're not trying to do a baking stream. There we go. We burned every bomb we have, but that's okay. We need a turkey. We need a turkey. We need a turkey. Simbera's not in bed because it's an hour less late. Turkey time? I hate what you've done. I hate what you've done. Thank you. Toby says on Thanksgiving. Dude, I love the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies are so good, and I'm tired of everyone pretending that Tobey Maguire was not the best Spider-Man. He was the best Spider-Man by a long shot. You know what? Leave one of them up here. Spider-Man 3 was fine. You could tell that people were like, they've like jumped the shark, so like whatever. Woohoo! Okay. Unfortunate we got the mitt back there. I don't want it. Star Wars Episode 2, in my opinion, is the weakest of the prequels. But still not bad. There's a lot of people that I think would go to bat for... Give me that! There's a lot of people that would go to bat for Clone Wars. Let me out. Let me out. Do I know about Darth Jar Jar? I do know the theory about Darth Jar Jar. Why did you say it like that, though? Whew. Oops, all arrow traps. You might be walking down the aisle with a song from episode 2 played on a harp. Which song? Is it the song at the end of the movie when Padme and Anakin are getting married? Darth Jar Jar is what you call Ellipses? What? What are y'all doing? What's going on? I'm missing out on something. I feel like a teacher in a classroom full of in the know hip kids with jokes. You think so? That's kind of sweet. Mox and I didn't have music at our wedding because we had a wedding in a park where we weren't supposed to get married in it. The emote will release. I've been working on it in the shadows. I'm ashamed that it's the emote that's taken me the longest to make. Uh-oh, look at this. Pigs in a bucket. And by bucket, I mean crabs in a bucket. Not only have I married Tyler, I've been married twice. First one didn't go so hot. Atlas was invited. He was there. He was there for both. He what? What? No, I never said that. Yeah, marriage is fun. It's a nice thing when you find the right person. I think the first marriage was just, you know, we were victims of small-ish town, metro Atlanta, like southern town living where everybody gets married when they're 18 to 20 years old. They don't know anything about the world outside of their own small town. And you know, sometimes that works for people, sometimes it does, but both of us in that relationship, we were both destined to leave that world. And we have. And you know, I'm not pissed. Ah! Let me out, let me out, let me out. We're both way better off as a result. And I hope they're doing well. I haven't talked to them though in a long time. Scoop! Alright, we lived. That's all that matters. Batman, I did see that Batman 2 got pushed back. What's up with that? Does it have anything to do with like the strikes that took place? At least this maybe means we won't get another Batman for another year or so, like another new person playing Batman. They had to rewrite the entire Batman 2 script after Timothée Chalamet kicked ass as Paul Atreides. Man, Dune 2 is so good. I don't really know how the show business works, like how movies are made and all that good stuff, but it makes me nervous that the movie was delayed because the script had not been started to be, like, the script wasn't worked on until it was time to start making the movie. Because, like, wouldn't it make sense to have the scripts ahead of time if you have, like, an overarching narrative? I guess, like, finer details aren't really fleshed out often. But it's just, like, it's kind of like the Star Wars sequel trilogy, right? They made those movies as they went, which I think was a horrible idea. I think if they had had, like, a relatively clean-cut plan from the get-go, all of the movies would have been better off. We blasted a rope for this? Woo! They aren't valuing writing these days? Yeah, that appears evident with the whole, like, trying to use AI to write scripts for stuff. Gotta pay someone to write the script, gotta have the second movie okay to be made before you can create a new entity that blah blah blah. Yeah, I mean, I assume it's very complex. It's not just like a It's not just one and done. I think that's part of why, like, the Dune series, like the Dune films, are doing so well, is because the source material is already there. The challenge was taking that source material and adapting it to film, like to screen, in a meaningful and like well executed way. And Dune is like one of the hardest stories, I think, to translate from book to film. And they killed it, man. I'm like trying to think, like, is the Dune? This is gonna sound crazy, and it's probably recency bias. So you're gonna clip this, and you're gonna show it to me in like a year, and you're gonna be like, this is, remember when this was the thought? But I feel like Dune Part 1 and 2 is like the sci-fi Lord of the Rings of our era. They did it right. They did it as good as they could have for film. This looks pretty dry. It probably is, but that's not saying much. Yeah, I think that's more of an indictment on the the current films industry as a whole. Ah! People are gonna make pilgrimages. Pilgrimages? How do you say that word? Pilgrimages? Pilgrimages? Am I enunciating the wrong spot? It feels wrong. Have I watched the new Avatar Netflix series? We watched like the first 3 or 4 episodes, and I didn't think it was bad. In fact, it was like so close enough to the show from like the level of execution and tone that I was kind of like, why does this exist? Why don't I just watch the animated show? I don't think it's bad by any stretch, but I was also kind of confused as to why it existed. So we have not finished it. Oh, we could do the HP thing. It's not bad, and I actually think it's like the kids. It's hard to get like kid actors that do really well, especially in like adaptation pieces like that, I think. But a lot of the actors in that show, even though they may not be great at acting, they still, you could tell that they care a lot about the source material and they want to do right by it, which is important and also very refreshing. I'm sorry. Had to be that way. We need another vampire. Well, this is a problem. Anatomy of the Fall? I've never heard of that. Whoop! What's the best child actor you've ever seen? Uh-oh. This is not where you need to be! Alright, come here. Come here. Both of you come here. Ugh. We're gonna die. I think we're gonna lose HP instead of gain HP for this. Get him! Yeah! We'll go until like 4-ish minutes. Home Alone. Dude, has anybody here seen The Good Son? Starring young Macaulay Culkin and young Elijah Wood. Em, what's up? I feel like we're doing pretty okay right now. The first run was scuffed. Yo, Tidge. The Good Son? I feel like that role was insanely perfect for Macaulay Culkin. Is there a Gary in this whip train? Nope, it's just 2 vampires and their coffin. I think what's happening is like the coffin is landing on one of them. It's making them bleed. And then they're healing each other off their own blood. But we're getting a little bit of the excess in our cup as well. Let's go in like 20 seconds. Did I get those opera gloves? What? Are you talking to M? Two vamps, one coffin. Favorite smut video? Alright, let's get out of here. Close enough to the 99. I've had long gloves before like that. Like ball gown style gloves or opera gloves. They are insanely difficult to put on. And they slide down. It's like you need like, what are those things called for your pants? Suspenders, but for your arms. Straps? Do they have straps? We're doing pretty good right now. We need stuff. Like, we don't have paste or any other, like, item. But we're feeling pretty good about our overall outlook. Let's just try not to die instantly. Indeed, woo. Got a parachute. Hey, the parachute, I used to dunk on it, but I mean, it's saved me more than once in Cosmic Ocean at this point, so I have to tip my hat to it. Would y'all wear a cowboy hat if it was more socially acceptable in your region? Maybe it is already socially acceptable in your region. Do you wear a cowboy hat if that's the case? Yes, no, yes, yes. Ooh, maybe get some jelly while we're at it. Here, you know what? If he lives, he becomes jelly. If he dies, well, he dies. Okay. My coworker wears a cow. Wait, is it the one? What you describe, Zorak, feels like a caricature. Let me out! Okay. Didn't need that health. Yeah, we did. We were at 90, like, 7, right? Now we're at 99. Maximum. Just sacked Monty for no reason? It wasn't for no reason. Let me out! Okay, let's go. This is the wrong way anyways. I'm gonna break my controller, dude. I almost did. I felt like I was gonna snap it in half. Dude, that's 2 really good runs in a row that we flushed right down the turlet. Oops. The punishment is gonna be baking. That is up for debate. That is up for debate, mostly because the stream is a little too hard to facilitate off of this computer, and I don't want to bring my entire computer into the kitchen. I know I could do it on my laptop, and we've done it before, but that would require me to do a lot of setup, which I guess in its own way is the punishment. So it's question marks, because we're not totally sure what it'll end up being. It might be baking. It might be drawing something else. I kind of like the drawing punishments because it gets other people involved. Draw a new 6-month sub badge. I should draw a 9-month badge and make it like a fetus. Or just a baby. An emote draw stream. I've done those before. That's nasty. What? Why is that nasty? For what reason? I guess you're not really a fetus at 9 months, are you? You're like a full ass baby. Ooh, okay, we can't flush this one. Good item on the first floor. Why is it nasty though? Why'd you say nasty? Why stop at 6? You can do smaller increments too. This is true. I've been very lackadaisical about really just like community. Get me out! I got stuck. The gloves actually stuck me, man. Because it does not fit in at all. Come on. Come on. Come on! Just a little bit. Oh, that's maybe the closest it's ever been. Whew, that one was a little close. It did the emote for real? Yeah, it did. Whew. All right, focus up. I'm in too good of a mood today. Man, remember when I was in a bad mood and I was awesome at this game? That's crazy. I hate that I'm like the Hulk with Splunky. I was in a bad mood today at work, kind of. Mostly, I was in a, do y'all have a difference between bad mood and like righteous anger? Because there's some part of me that kind of likes righteous anger. It gets me fired up. You're always in righteous anger mode? I'm usually pretty chill. I'm usually pretty chill, and I try to keep the chill. I try to keep the peace. I'm the social battery, or the social regulator. So if I'm in a bad mood, cancel Christmas. You work with morons? Everyone I work with is really good. I like everybody I work with. There's just some external forces that can cause stress. When they don't need to, but they still insist upon it. Don't get mad, get even. That was a mug moment right there. I knew I couldn't trust myself, so I blasted a rope. I was just getting mad today because like people were like tossing accusations in our direction that were completely false. They were just like covering their own shortcomings by trying to blame us for stuff that was totally not our issue. So we got to like go through the receipts, collect our evidence, and then deliver a nuclear bomb into that guy's inbox. If it's a mug moment, play the soundboard.
Root beer in the cowboy hill, yeah!
I just forget to soundboard. I'm not Dan pilled as much. Some days I am, some days I'm not. I'm not gonna give up Monty quite yet. Boop. Give me a turkey. Yet another mug moment just then. Good decision making. But it's too soon since we last smashed the button. You'll ever hear a sound over and over again so much that it like becomes nonsense? What is that called? Isn't there a word for that? Oof. Yes. I can't remember what the word's called. It's like semantic satiation. Is it satiation or saturation? Semantic satiation? That's like an extremely fun word to say, but also if you have a lisp, I guess frick you. Former or latter? Oh, not this again. Satiation. She sells seashells by the seashore. What's y'all's go-to tongue twister? I like that one that's like the sick sheep is sick or something like that. It's very complicated. Rubber baby buggy bumpers? I don't think I've ever heard that one, but it is fun. Whew. Let me out of here, man! I was in a prison of my own creation there. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? The big bad... What is it? The big bad bug bled black blood on the barn floor or something like that? My director in theater used to give us like a bunch of those to say before we went on stage. To like warm up our mouth. Tip of the tongue, teeth in the lips. Irish wristwatch. That one is hard to say fast over and over again. Which switch the Swiss wristwatches? Jeez! My darling baby bumpy bunker boo. Does anyone know what that's from? If you know what that's from, I will VIP you right now. No Googling. Sirens of Titan? No, I'm sorry, it is not from Sirens of Titan. Not even close. Last Action Hero? No. Not from Last Action Hero. Maybe it is though, and I don't realize it because it could be a reference to something, but I don't think it is. It's not Thanos. Simbera, do you subscribe to the Ant-Man in the I almost said Simbera, in the Thanos butthole? Plot hole? Is it a plot hole? My darling baby bumpy bunker boo. It's a fan theory. What does that mean though? A fan theory about him traveling up Thanos' rectum? It just should have happened like that. That's like a thing that happened in, there was a D&D campaign I was a part of for a long time. We were fighting this guy that was like way too strong for us because my party was full of murder hobos and picked a fight with something they probably shouldn't have. But we were fighting him and someone had stabbed him and I was just a bard, like a low-level bard, so I had no idea what to do. And all I had at my disposal was a summon creature spell. And I was like, how big is the hole in his chest? And I was like, can I summon a badger inside of the guy? And would that kill him? And so it happened. And then we ended up getting away from it. Tidge, it was, but be honest, did you have to Google it? I'm surprised you were able to find it. Did it kill him? I think it did. We'd have to ask Vayantir. I don't remember the specifics. Whoop. I don't think it killed him, but it hurt him enough that we were able to escape. Mug moment. Ooh, that's really bad placement for this. Which line was it about? Or what was it? It was my darling baby bumpy bunker boo. Maybe a little bit different. It might be a little not the same as that because it's quite a lot of phonetic devices being played off at once. Go! Woo! Mug, you're very lucky. There's always a bigger fish. Thank you for being Van Horsing and not a treasure room with literally just a single gold bar in it. My darling baby Bubby Bunkaboo. That is a line spoken by the character Tiger. Ah! Get me out! I'm sorry, Monty, you had to be sacrificed. I panicked. Which is voiced by Don Bluth, who you've probably heard his voice in many a different thing growing up in the 90s. I cast Mend Butthole. What do you need that for? Oh, it was Dom DeLuise, not my bad. Don Bluth was the filmmaker. Or at least he had a part in making that film. Because I know he did Fievel American Tail, but I don't know if he was fully involved in Fievel Goes West. This is a horrible doc. It's supposed to be a horrifying spell? Wait, so you're sealing someone's butthole so they can't crap? I thought you meant you were like fixing it because you got a little too saucy on a Tuesday. Dom DeLuise was in a lot of stuff. He was like the troll from A Troll in Central Park. He was Itchy from All Dogs Go to Heaven. He was that weird imaginary friend that Dee Dee had from Dexter's Laboratory. D minor, by the way. You only know him from Stargate and the Muppet movie? You didn't watch any Don Bluth films? Connell, are you gonna buy something green before St. Patty Daddy Day? Don't call it that. Is it offensive? I'm being honest. Is it offensive to call it that? Because here's the thing. In America, St. Patty's Day, St. Patrick's Day, whatever you want to call it, is essentially just an excuse for people to get drunk and act like assholes the whole day. Only to your ears. Same here. Well, I think St. Patrick's Day should be rebranded so that instead of drinking, it's all like weed, because it's already got like some green influence, right? I don't partake anymore, but I would rather deal with people that are high than people that are drunk. Only Americans celebrate St. Patrick's Day? That sounds totally accurate. We do look for an excuse to celebrate anything, basically. That's 420 though. We can have two. We can have 2 days. Zorak's Bong Day. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Woo! I almost got crushed by that again. Oh boy. This is gonna be one of those really difficult to find the bow layouts. Nope, never mind. I see it, I think. No, that's just a box! I like it, but what is it? Something we already had? You got your kids matching green shirts? That's good, though, because then they won't get pinched. But your kids aren't going to get trashed, are they? See, that's the difference maker. If you're partaking in the whole, you know, wear green, luck of the Irish. I remember when I was in like kindergarten, my teacher went crazy hard by like trashing our entire classroom while we were on lunch and made it look like a leprechaun came through and just wrecked our whole classroom. And we were all just like, whoa, what the hell, man? Coloring rivers green. I think we just, maybe, you know what would be messed up is if that was just an excuse for people to, like for companies, corporations to like drain all of the sewers that we have or something into the river, which I guess is already happening, but then they just fill it with green food coloring to kind of mask all the doo-doo water. Dang, Tidge, that is impressive. You're right though. What? I forgot he was pissed. I forgot what it was like to have to like, he's still mad? To have to like acquire those substances because I haven't done it in quite a long time. But also it's still illegal here, so like I would have to go to some sketchy situation. Or I'd have to just like buy it online, which I think some people do. What's this level for stuff? Sneaky! What's up? Thank you guys for the raid. What's going on? How y'all doing? House! What's up? Thank you, Sneaky, for the raid. Can we get a shout out to Sneaky G? Were you playing Splunky? If you're very skilled in the game, I advise you look away, because you're about to witness pain. It's kind of like the Gom Jabbar. Sorry, I'm very Dune pilled right now. When she goms on my Jabbar till I don't know. Look, I have to workshop that one. I didn't have enough time to come up with the second half. Get out! Just run. He died again. That's not my fault. Till the spice flows. There you go. Okay, someone, I gave you a layup. Yeah, that guy's still gonna be pissed at us, isn't he? When she goms on my Jabbar until I Quizzatch on her Hatterack. Oh my god. Hook a generator up to Frank Herbert's corpse because he's rolling in his grave. Thank you for the follow, Sneaky G. Were we able to get a shout out? I wasn't able to focus. I was too busy panicking on that level. Free level, so you may get forgiven. We shall see. I feel like they get, with their cheese when you walk in here, they stay cheesed. No? I got you. I got you. I can do it myself. Sometimes I also forget that I have mod powers. No need. It's okay. No, no, no. It's customary. Boom! Tab auto-completed your name. That's how you know it's easy to do. Also, it makes it so that I have an easy interface to hit the follow button. There we go. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Were you playing Splunky? How are your runs? Do you live on the leaderboards of Splunky? There's some people that make their way to this channel somehow. I don't know how they found us. I guess it's because we're so good at the game. But they find the channel, and then I discovered later on that they're like #1 in the world for the daily or something like that, and I'm like, what the hell? $7.15, PB 754. My PB is 7:30. We are trying our hardest. We're fighting for our damn life out here. I feel like I go through peaks and valleys. Right now, I think we're in a valley. Because I can't make it past Olmec. No bad player makes it to CO. It do take a lot to get to CO. But then once you're, like, I don't know. People that can consistently get there. And even also do 799 more than just the once. Get him? That was a mug moment right there. Calculated, safe play. We don't have spiky boots. I'm better than I think I am. Are you saying I just need to unlock my potential by believing? Has that ever worked? Or is that just a thing they do in movies? I have imposter syndrome. You want to meet Samong? They're top almost every day. Oh, he's still pissed. He's mega pissed. I'm just gonna gamble down here while you freak out. That might save our butts. We can web him. Monty! Wah! Or we're just gonna die because he figured it out. I was not expecting him to figure it out. To be it straight up. We should have webbed him. Should have James Webb telescoped all over his fucking face. What are we gonna do now, dude? I guess we could just hang out here. Wait for him to get ricocheted. Take your aim, Ricochet. Let me out. Can he come? He can't come down, can he? I guess we're just gonna not concern ourselves with the Gamba. Let's leave before he kills himself. Still not forgiven. I think it's BS, man. We didn't even rob him. He got mad at us on 2-2 or something because of the drill. Clovey girl. Uh-oh, bats. Oops, all bats. Clovey girl, thank you for the resub. Let me hit you with the melodica once I'm done with this. Scoop, 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 scoop. Okay. 5 months? Holy. Yeah, they died to the drill big time. Thank you so much for the support. Scoop, scoop, scoop. Yeah, he gets over it if you don't touch him, but like the last 2 levels, he's fallen into like lava or something like that after getting mad at me, which means that he stays mad at me, even though I'm not the one that made him jump into the lava. Now we got no onk. We got no jobs. Our pets' heads are falling off. This sucks. My whip! My whip! We're also gonna die. Just not realizing this. Don't die to a normal Joel, that's just embarrassing. Come here. You piece of garbage. Did you see how he juked me? We don't have to spin the wheel though. That's good news. But that is +1 to the wheel. Bye, Connell. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Thank you for the gift subs earlier today. You're crazy for that one. Leaderboard champion right now. Let's see. I think we should change the wheel so that I don't have to get plus percentage or spin it if I get past Olmec. That's just my opinion. The wheel is too likely to pay out otherwise. Man, you know what we did? Or you know what I did? I finally changed the sheets last night. And I feel like We usually change them like once a week, but I feel like we had to go like 2 weeks because we left them in the washer overnight at one point when we were washing them, and they became bad smelling, so we had to like rewash them, and then they kind of got lost in the wash cycle for like another week. Plus we were busy. We changed them last night. I went to bed and I slept like I was dead. Reductions if I make it to a point. That was something that was on the table for a while. I don't know what happened. Like there was like a much more complicated rule set that we kind of just gave up on because I felt like I was struggling to understand. There's a lot of tempting things going on right here. A lot of temptations. The only one who knew how it worked was you. You knew how some variation of it worked. There was like 6 different variants, which I think was the problem. All that for a parachute? Are you kidding me? We don't know if it's baking yet. It might not be baking, because again, those are hard to facilitate. It's kind of like how we don't do Switch games anymore. The stream just doesn't agree with them. Like my tech. The key? The key was too much? Please leave. Oh, I hate this. Oof. That run was scuffed. We're at 11% on the wheel. Already? How do I know when this thing is done charging? Is it when this light goes off? This little red light? Uh-oh. That's very, very dangerous. Woo! That was extremely close. The wheel doesn't feel very consistent, does it? It feels like it's... If it starts on this side that it's on right now, that it almost always lands. Okay, we have to make it past Olmec. Have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Pretend like you're in a terrible mood. I'm in such a bad mood. Do y'all think you're good at acting? Grump activate. Ooh, hello. Like if y'all had to act in like a stage play or something like that, which admittedly is very different from acting in other facets where it would be relevant. Acting on stage in like a theater production is very different from like movie acting or content creation on the internet. Yep. They're all different. They have their own unique requirements. Not in front of a camera. You get inside of your own head and get really robotic. What if that's what they were looking for, though? You went undercover as a boy for 30 years? You don't mean to toot your own horn? Hey, you know, there is something to be said about that. You've done a play? What play was it? What role were you? I need the deets. Somewhere out there, there's footage of me as like a very young child. Whoa! Yes, I was a young child at one point. Surprising, I know. I'm doing like a, you know how they do those like little, like make your kids sing Christmas songs so that the parents can film you thing that they do around the holidays? I was in one of those. And I was in like the second to last row, or maybe I was in the last row. I can't remember. Either way, at one point during the recital or whatever you want to call it, a kid sneezed. And a huge bubble of snot erupted out of his face. And the daycare ladies had to come get him because everyone in the crowd was laughing. And all the kids that were near him were like, ew! And you know what's crazy about that? Is that I've seen that. I've seen that exact thing play out on like America's Funniest Home Videos. So it's not a rare occurrence. It's not like what I experienced was unique. Kids just be blowing snot bubbles. It's like you know in anime when someone's asleep and they have the bubble attached to their nose and then when they wake up it pops. That's like real. That's a real thing. Pro tip, that's how you get gold. All it costs is one unlit torch. Is that a Kali altar? That is a Kali altar. Is that sleep bubble in this game? Now that you mention it, I don't think it is, but I could see the cavemen having it. It's like my brain feels like maybe they have it. Was it in the original Spelunky? It's a very common depiction of like someone being asleep, right? Come with me. We're gonna blast a lot of resources here. It's worth it though, to me. You don't think the cavemen slept? I never played the original Spelunky. Isn't that crazy? You! Kids gross me out. I think that's fair. It's because they're like so full of boogers. They're so full of like every gross substance. I don't know, like I've so many kids just have like, they're like sticky. They have like crap all over their face because they were eating something and they never got it wiped off or like didn't know how to put it into their mouth effectively. Yo. Alien gun and a bomb bag or bomb box. I was a very clean, like tidy child, I think. I never, like I hated having my hands dirty or sticky. So I would go out of my way to ensure that I would not get sticky stuff on my hands. Disease vectors. That's also true. Everybody I know that has kids, they're like sick all the time. Like all the time, man. The kids and the parents. And not just the men, the women and the children too. Look, there's nothing, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that kids are gross. Because it's factual. They can be cute, but they're still a little gross. And it's because they don't know. It's not their fault, it's just that they don't know. Things don't have to be mutually exclusive, right? Actually, I gotta be honest with you. I don't understand mutually exclusive. It's kind of like the former versus latter thing. I don't understand how that term works. What does mutually exclusive mean, and how does the data get categorized? X or? Huh? They cancel each other out? See, now I'm confused even more. Can I have an example of things that are not mutually exclusive? Or maybe that things that are mutually exclusive? I think the problem is that you have like a double negative in the phrasing. I'm a programmer, I should know XOR. Is it else if? Is that else if? I don't use XOR. What the heck is that? Is that spreadsheet language? VBA? Exclusive or? Ouch. Like tails and heads on a coin, you can't flip both. What if it lands directly on the middle? Like in Mouse Hunt. Welcome back. Being clean and dirty are mutually exclusive. You cannot be both at the same time. But what if you're like, conscious is clean, but your hands are dirty? Welcome back, M. DJ Knuckles, what's up? Okay, then I lose. I'm just, look, I'm not trying to win or lose here. I'm just like confused. And I appreciate the help, but I'm like, I think maybe I'm beyond help. Maybe I have the parts of my brain that used to be elastic enough to understand this mutually exclusive thing are long gone. I need to do like 1,500 Sudoku puzzles before I can, this is a great shot, before I can understand it. Oh crap. Stay away. Oh! That was a mug moment right there. You're still hung up that you've never used? I probably have. But I don't understand it in the context that you're describing it. I've just never seen it called XOR. That sounds like a Excelsior thing. Oh no, we're gonna die! I'm so bad! That one hurt. That one hurt, man. If A or B, but not A and B are true, then 1, else 0. I think we finally reset the wheel to be on a good seed for me. What's the new punishment? It has not been decided. Everyone is saying that it is to bake something, but that is not 100% the case. We haven't determined that because I would have to... The real punishment for a baking stream would be me having to set up my laptop to handle streaming again. Because it can, but it's so out of date with everything that's presently being used that it's like, I don't know if it's going to work or not. And you know what? Maybe that's part of the reason Stream Elements is so busted all the time. So like, I would have to bake something. And also the secondary part of that punishment is that I would have to clean the kitchen, which is already clean, but it's not baking clean, if you know what I mean. We need like all the counter space. Do Mox or Avagilis have gear for this? No. We need a bigger place. Lately, Mox and I have we've been flirting. We've been moonlighting the idea of getting another apartment, like a better apartment. We've been in the same place for like 5 years. It feels like it's about time to get a new place. But we're comfortable where we are. We need a second bedroom. Because we are out of damn space for stuff. Uh-oh. Monty, you're in the grinder? I'm sorry. I bet there's a Kali altar on this floor too. Woo! Why, dude? I keep breaking the jar. You know what? I think it's about time I issue myself a no jar referendum. Go. Just damage boost through. We're in a one bedroom. That's why I'm in a room where there's like the brightest sun ever concocted with no curtains, no window tinting or anything like that. We only have room for one PC because there's like not really a place for another one. No jar referendum has been enacted. You don't think House breaks the jar? That's because House is good at this game. I am merely capable. There's a difference between being capable and good. I said I'm putting myself on a jar referendum that did not include golden idols. Anti-cook tech? Where's the key? No Simbera? Why can't we agree that nobody is good at this game unless they've done 799? It's down? Really? Oh. I dropped it down. Did Simbera burst into Cosmic Ocean yet? I don't think so. I think Tidepool is still the PB. This is fine. Scoop! Alright, watch out for this lizard. That's right, I'm talking about you. I just think I lack the focus required for 799. This game, woo, is like an accidental ADHD test. Oops, all arrow traps. Hydrate, shrimp. Hydrate shrimp? Isn't that basically what a sea monkey is? Did y'all ever have sea monkeys? Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Why is this floor so huge? It just keeps going? Oh, we're good. Just curious. Never had them. Imagine if Balatro have a 799 mode. I mean, that's kind of what the... Like, what's the 25? Anti-25 or whatever is the maximum? That's basically the Cosmic Ocean. Doesn't the game crash if you get scores that are, like, close enough to beat Anti-25? Like, I don't think the game can literally handle it. Anti-20? Oh. Boop. Oh, hey, thank you. And a box? We'll take it, we'll take it. Balatro is real good. I'm still playing it off stream. I don't think I don't think I'll be playing it much on stream anymore. Just because it's... I think the people that want to watch Balatro are too galaxy brain for me to keep up with. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just like, I feel like I'm behind the 8-ball when it comes to the meta or whatever. You fool. Oh! Get out of here. Too sweaty past normal ending. I don't even think it's about whether or not it's sweaty past the normal ending. It's just like I feel like I've lost the plot when it comes to what the point of the game is past the original ending, because it's like you either go as hard as you can and get the highest score humanly possible for your run, which is cool, or you just like die. I heard Monty, but I don't see Monty. We also can't really wait. Can we? Can I blow up my? Can I blow the wall up here? You know what? Let's learn. Mug moment. Hey, I thought maybe he would care. Don't blow up my jail cell. That's all I ever known. Where's Monty? I think he's up. Yeah, he's got to be up. Woo! I see him. How do we get to him, though? That's a weird place for him. Please don't blow up enough to where the... Okay. Shoo! Okay, let's just go. I feel like we're trying our luck. We're pushing our luck. But there's a hired hand. We have a minute. Let's do it. Put me in the clip if I die as a result of this. Come here! No! The prophecy! Come back. Follow me. He can't get up here. Okay, let's get out of here. Cameraman ready. Looking forward to the cake. I need to get over there, but that's like a extremely Monka W. Yep. Okay. Perfectly calculated. Y'all know how sometimes people say so-and-so's got that cake and they're referring to their posterior region, perhaps? I don't know why I just describe that like a nun. What? How did that come about? What kind of cake are they comparing somebody to? Go. Oh, just go, dude. I saw it. Oh, you see it? Oh, that was a little too scary. Also, I hope my neighbors aren't listening because that sounded a little weird. Pound cake? Is that really what it was? That makes a lot of sense. Kilogram cake? That doesn't flow off the tongue as well. Or perhaps flow on the tongue. D minor for like the 20th time today. At least we're making it this far. Maybe we should go back to not giving Van Horsing his arrow. It used to do good for us, but lately it's been pretty bad. We'll continue doing it until further investigations have concluded that it's a problem. It does feel like the RNG tables are fricked as a result. Uh-oh. Oh, God! Let me out, dude. Just let me out. I got no beef. I have no beef with you? Oh, yeah? Well, what if I have a beef with you? Okay, hold on, hold on. Get me out! How? So much major chip hazard, dude. Yeah, people are always saying stuff flows off the tongue. How does something flow on the tongue? Does that mean it comes up in conversation, like, naturally? Man, we need the cup. That was extremely stupid. I almost just bounced into that guy to die. Do you think if there's ever a Splunky 3, they'll add like a Mario Maker style level designer for it? Imagine being able to design your own Splunky seeds. Oh, I don't know why, but I saw that skeleton and I was like, there's no way that thing comes to life. You're downloading Queen's Vernacular, a gay lexicon from 1979 to hopefully find the origin of cake meaning ass. Dude, Tidge is on the case. I love your dedication to understanding and figuring things out. +2, by the way, on the wheel. 15% shot. Custom single puzzle floors would be neat. Uh-oh. This spin is still valid. That does sound like a fun idea. We have enough juice. We have enough juice. We have enough. We don't have enough juice! I need a new wheel. The wheel is busted, man. Alright, so the punishment has been loaded. To be determined time, yes. Nicole Cannoli, what's up, by the way? Oh, that's pain, dude. Pain. Can I launch this yet? Let's see what happens. I'm kind of scared. What if it just, like, exploded? It's on. It's running Gel OS, by the way, for those of you that were curious. It looks like it's doing first time boot up stuff. Do I hear this? That's like the boot up sound for it. Pico 8's just built into this sucker? Wait, how? Don't you have to buy Pico 8 for it to work? Oh, I think they're just some carts that are preloaded. That's kind of cool. Wait, no, they have Splorer already preloaded onto this thing. Did they steal from this guy? Retro Gamecore? Not quite. I think they might have stolen the Pico 8 engine for that to work that way. Which does not feel very good. I think it's silly they chose Tetris music on boot up. Dang, dude. This thing's got like a ton of crap already on it. The wheel is blocked, my bad. This thing's screen looks really nice. It is interesting to have like such a square screen on it. Hold on. How do I connect to the internet? Skip to the next song. The only song we have is the Tetris theme. How do I turn it off? I don't really want the music to be playing. All right, system settings. Network settings. Am I gonna be able to connect to my Wi-Fi on this thing? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, well, I'm glad that it boots up. Confirmed boot up functional. Let me start up a game real quick. You got Super Metroid on this puppy? The music kind of sounds like it's drunk. Super Metroid. Nintendo be cool. I think I'm gonna get banned from Twitch. Yo, it looks very nice on this screen. Super Metroid obviously was not 1:1 aspect ratio. But it's looking good, man.
Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy
Enjoy this.
is at peace.
I probably should have like read the manual because now I don't know how to stop. A fudge cake recipe? What if I told you I don't like fudge? How do I get out of here? Yo, welcome in. Alright, we gotta actually do something. Press again to quit. Oh, interesting. Okay. Back to the music. Okay, awesome. Well, I'm glad it is confirmed working. Do I like strawberries? I do like strawberries. What are we gonna do now? Are we gonna continue this? We have about an hour left in this stream, a little bit more than that. I think maybe now would be a good time to pivot over to some game dev. I think Splunky's washed for the day. The wheel paid out. I can't believe that crap. I mean, I can believe it. I think we need to adjust the rules of the Wheel of Pain. Alright, software and game development. Let me get my Pico 8 stuff up and running. It is not confirmed whether or not we're going to be doing baking,
Recorded in
just
front
for the
of a
record.
live studio audience.
Maybe start higher at 5%, but only go up 1% per death. I think that's probably the move, something like that. Because right now, it's like, it's over. Whole origin, just so I have the most recent changes to the code. I don't remember what I last changed, so that's a little alarming. Either way, here we are. Let me move back down to the bottom corner, where I belong. Let's see where we're at with this. I remember we are not, I'm not happy with the way that the death transition screen is working, but the scaffolding is there for it. So like, first off, that's not the effect we want to go for. Secondarily, we need, I think, a better way. Yeah, we also broke the fact that it won't do this during level transitions. It's only on death now. We basically need, like, a state for being dead, and then there needs to be some things that take place when death happens, and then it needs to come out of that state, replay the game, and all this other stuff. What was our PB today? Yeah, it was like Tide Pool. It was not a good day for Spelunky. I feel like I'm on like a major trough from a Spelunky success standpoint. Whoop, shoot, go. Same PB as Simbera. It's not my personal best though, because my personal best is 730. It's not, you can't count my today best performance.
It's embarrassing.
The bot, it did something. Welcome to the show. If my bot was an employee, I would fire them. Which probably means I should get a new bot. Per Dan, your best splits are your last splits. That's just factually incorrect. Okay. We need to do something about this. Let's take a look at what's going on. The player is monitoring for death in its update here. If this comes back as true, we call death, which sounds awesome. Like, it sounds very metal, but we need to, I think, better handle this. Man, what a great song. Here's death, which right now is actually only setting the transition to true. Let's call it just dead. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll basically gate everything that's happening in the update behind whether or not the player is alive. So if not self.state equals dead, then do everything inside of the update function. Else, I don't know what else. There's probably going to be like a timer or like a counter something. So what this will do, what this should do, is basically as soon as we die, the player will cease movement. Where is it? I'm losing myself in all this. Okay. So we should see the player now like freeze. I lost something. Where? If not self.state equals dead, then... Oh, I was setting it here. I'm not logically checking for it. Boop. Oops. We just need to do not equal here. The etymology is straightforward. Big cheeks look like cakes. Been used at least since the mid-60s in the gay community. Big cheeks look like cake? Really? Did I see that correctly? Hold on. It looks like the player character is just disappearing. This book is fascinating, by the way. It sounds fascinating. So how is the player, why is the player not being drawn if they are dead? That's something I want to know. We're disappearing. Oh, I bet I know why. It's because there's no, this is all based on player state as well. This is actually kind of a good thing. Now we could say if the player is dead, We can run some kind of animation against it if we wanted to. I don't trust this song to not get flagged, or this one. Maybe the cake is like flan. Also known as a hot pockaroo. What? Cake is a hot pockaroo? Is that what you're talking about? If someone, oh god, if someone came up to me and was like, yo, sick hot pockaroo, I don't know how I would feel about it. What is going on? Why aren't you sleeping? Oh, it's just a tap for sleep. Okay. Who got the cake? Look, in the early days of the stream, it was hard to tell, right? It was hard to say if this was gonna be like a kindergarten classroom type nice, cozy place, or if it was going to be a fun comedy place. A shred of social awareness. Yeah, see, I think the problem with that quote is that the social awareness shred got flushed down the toilet, or like the goalpost moved rather dramatically. Teacher, is it my turn to say sea gutter? I forgot about that already. Alright, hold on. Let me think. So we have a state where the player is dead. We could just, for now, we could just say self.state is equal to death. Dead. These? Alright. Now, if we die, we should just stop moving, but it won't. Yeah, it freezes the player character. If they're sitting when they die. I think if the scene transition is quick enough, we might not need an animation on the player character. Because if I'm being honest, I don't really know what to do. Except maybe make it so that his arms pop off and fly away. But that's a lot of extra, like, stuff for a very minute thing that I don't think changes the gameplay that much. My poodle licks my set of cakes while I watch the tube. After an hour or so, I shoo him away. Tage, is that a quote from the book? What did you find? What did you read? You found like an actual lexicon, like a tome. Wow. Reading ancient smut. All right. We have that handled. I think what we want to do now is I think we need to change the transition. The scene transition doesn't look how I want it to look. Right now it's just a circle that grows. We want it to last about as long as it's lasting though. I think the amount of time that it's lasting is good. We also need to bring this back, I think. What is transition doing? I think it's only in the update function up here. Or in the draw function. Yeah. So I think this is fine. Let's make sure this didn't like change anything too dramatically. We need to maybe prevent it from happening on load. Or I think I can get away with something pretty cheeky. I think what we want to do is we want to update it so that we want to have let me see this real quick. We need to go down to the scene transition, and I want to add a Boolean that it has. Where is it? It's in the effects. We need to collapse some stuff here. I'm gonna collapse a bunch of crap. We got too much to look at. This is what we want. This is fine. Crush it. Crush it. Populate map. No, that's not relevant. Create bullet. Not relevant. Not relevant right now. Not relevant. Not relevant. None of the factories are relevant. I should probably make a code region for the factories and just crush all of them at once. But I forget how to do that if I'm being honest with you. Draw is relevant. Update is relevant. Scene transition is relevant at this present time. This is not even used. We should probably delete this. I'm going to delete this. This is not being used right now, but it will be later for sure. This is relevant, irrelevant, and not relevant. Okay. Only the relevant things are expanded right now. That's how the gays in the 60s were talking about eating ass. They had such a way with words. There's much we can learn. Let's see. So, scene transition. I'm going to say, we're going to call it middle. By default, it's going to be false. And then what we're going to say, ooh, this isn't going to work how I want it to. I think we don't need a Boolean here. I think instead what we need is we basically want to say I don't know how we do this. Hold on, let me think about this. Because this draw function is being called every frame. And what I want to do is I want to have the ability to basically say, hey, let's start this with the counter at level, or at 30, because that's technically the very middle, right? But I don't know. Also, is set level... Set level is setting transition to true.
Wow.
Which is fine. Someone with a nice rear is said to have European accentuation. You're about to unlock a whole new vernacular. Set level. This is fine. This is what's happening in the middle of the transition. Does set level need to set the transition? Hold on. Oops. I don't think it needs to do this. Well, it does because that's the only thing that knows when to start drawing the animation. I guess we could... I want to try something real quick. We're going to say scene transition, which is a globally accessible variable. We're just going to set the counter to this to 30 when we're setting the level. Let's see what happens. All right, well, that did not do what I thought it would do right away. I thought because we set it to 30. Maybe we need to set it to 31. No. If we don't touch this, oops. If we don't touch this, it functions as normal. I guess that's because what's happening in here is that the counter is not what's hinging on the radius of the circles. The radius actually does get up to 30 in this case. And then we multiply that by 8. So we don't want to set counter to... We want to set them both, weirdly enough. Why did I separate it out so that counter... Oh, it's because we needed to still count up, but we wanted to subtract 1 in this case. We need to set the radius and the counter to 30 at the same time. So if we launch this now, it should just be like black at the start and then shrink down. And then if we die, it grows and then shrinks. If we make it to the next level though, it's going to immediately go to black screen and then shrink down instead of doing the grow and shrink. At least it's behaving exactly as I expect it to right now. We need to... I think if the level is equal to 1, which if you're starting the game, it actually starts at 0 because we set it to 1 here, and then it accesses all of the table information based on that. There's 2 whole pages just on nicknames for police. Post Toasties are cute mailmen. The Post Toasties? I would love to like interview a bunch of like elderly queer people to see if these phrases are real or if someone just wrote a book of like their own. It's like if it would be like if Dan wrote his own book on his own vernacular and then people read it like years later and they were like, oh my god, can you believe what they used to say back in the day to describe this thing? Because I'm interested if it's like, if it was widely known. How did that not work? Why is that not working? Is it 0? Level is 0. Oh, we're not passing that in though. On init. Why aren't we? It's like I made it an optional argument. What? Runtime error? In set level? Did I break set level? I wish I could control click the function to take me there. Dan's book is a $1,500 on Instagram or on Amazon. Really? Why are you breaking now? If n is equal to 0, scene transition. How about instead of equal to 0, I just say if n equals nil, and then get rid of this. Okay, that is better. Let's see what happens when we get killed. Okay, it grows and then shrinks. Fine. Wait, get rid of it. Okay, that's not supposed to happen. When we complete the level, what are we doing? That's in the player. There's no pigs in a blanket, but there is pork chopper to mean police helicopter. Good God. How does it, what do I do in the update function, we say if this is, oh. What if I did this? I forgot that we made it an argument, and that was mostly just so I could like jump around. So now when we go to the next level, uh-oh, I borked it. When we go to the next level, it should, quick! Ugh, it should grow and shrink. Yes. Okay. That grows and shrinks. Okay, that's good. This is all good. This is all what we want. But now we need to address what the heck the transition should actually be. Because I don't like the circle. I'm thinking like a cool like pixel dithering like static fade in would look cool. But the problem is the problem with that is the only way I know how to do that is to essentially make like a bunch of, you loop through every pixel on the screen, and if it's not black, you color it black. And that's hard to do in a way that's random that also looks good and is also performant, because you don't really want to, and also it's hard to do that in a way that times it so that like, oh, after 30 frames, the whole screen is black, and then after 60 frames, the whole screen is gone. So like, how do you design that to fit into those constraints? Should we concern ourselves with it? Should we maybe just come up with a different kind of transition? I see a pixel and I want to paint it black. Chaka. I like it. I like the reference. Let me think. We could do that, or we could have like some vertical bars that like shoot up from like the bottom up. I'm also wondering if like black is not the move. Maybe like we did, maybe if we did like, I just feel like it's very stark. It like hurts my eyes almost. It's not going to be as noticeable or like evident if it's a different color. But we can at least see what it looks like. Whoa, did you see that? See, that looks a little weird because it's like sharing the color of the background we already have. We can make it the accent color of the level that we're currently on. So if we die, it does like that. Whoa. Oh, I only changed it in one spot. Yeah, sometimes when you reload the game, the pixels like get inverted. It's just a Pico 8 quirk. I think it's meant to make it feel like you're unplugging the cartridge of an actual system and breaking it. Why did this put me back on level 1? Okay, we are stuck on level 1 as a result of some of the changes we made. I don't know how I feel about this. I think it should stay black, and I think we need to change the effect. But also, let's research why we're stuck on level 1 now. So set level should be iterating the level. It is iterating it by 1. If n... Oh, this is what's going on here. I'm gonna take out this line. That was an old way of handling this prior to passing an argument directly. Okay, that's a problem. If you die, you just move on to level 1 now. Or you move on to the next level. Which is quite the opposite of what we want. No more Splunky. I'm washed. Yeah, we gave up on Splunky today. Couldn't get past Tide Pool. Now I'm just breaking my own game on accident. So now when player dies, it's calling set level. It actually isn't doing that. When player death happens, all we're doing is calling the death function. How does it? Oh, that's because of this. I think we also need to say if this is not nil, I need to see everywhere we're calling this function. Let's see. We're calling it in 4 places. We're calling it on init. So I think here we want to call it with level so that it has an argument. That's fine. We're actually only calling it in 3. We're calling it on if you complete the level, so it's passing in the value. That's good. When you die, this is actually kind of a problem that it's calling it right here. Because if you finish a level, it starts the scene transition. Actually, hold on. When you finish a level, all it does is actually, it shouldn't do this. I think it should set transition to true. Is that how we had it? Yeah. Because then what'll happen is if transition is true, it's going to call draw on our scene transition. And then that down here, that, when it's halfway done, will call set level. Doom, 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 doom. So let's see what this broke. It broke. What the hell? We're starting on level 2 now. Happy transition. True Tuesday. For real? I need to shoot up. Let's see. Hold on. I've Galaxy Brained this too much, I think. We want to call set level on the loading of the game. That's fine. And we don't want to call a value. We don't want to pass a value into it. This is default. Having no value implies that it is a fresh start to the game. We can take this out here, I think, and move this to the init function. Because it's running. The transition needs to exist at the beginning. And then the scene transition itself You love the background on this? Thank you. I do too. It looks like Trix yogurt. It's like that watermelon Trix yogurt stuff. Some good stuff. Happy Trans Tuesday. Thank you. You as well. Scene transition starts. I actually don't think we call set level here either then. I think we just set transition to true. And then that will... Ew, but it needs to on init. Otherwise, it doesn't have context for what it should be doing in all the other functions. So that's running. Cool. If we die, it's going to move us to the next level, which we do not want. I think it actually moved us ahead. No, it only moved us ahead 1. Okay. Man, I love this track. On death. We need to basically just have a new argument, I think. Or we need to leverage the argument we already have. So right now, when set level is being called, both at the init level and in the transition, we are not passing an argument into it. The problem is that when the player dies, all we're doing is set transition equal to true. So we're not calling it from anywhere. I guess what we could do... Here's what we could do. To get around this. It's a little funky. But right here, when we set transition equal to true, we can also set a flag. Actually, well, I don't want to have access to the player all the time. Let's just, real quick, scene transition's gonna have a new property. By default, it will be false. And then it will pass in that value here. And then this argument on set level now is only going to be leveraged It has to be nil for this to work. If it is true, if it is false, if... Also, this needs to be reload. If reload is not equal, we could just say if not reload. We'll add +1 to the level. So if we're not reloading the level in scene transition, or set levels being called, this should be false by default. Unclosed, where? Scene transition. Oops. Boop. Alright, so that should fade out. If we die, it sets us back up on level 1. Let's go to the next level, make sure that we transition to the next level appropriately. Go! Go, go, go! I think this is going to be a problem. Oh, no, never mind. We are not proceeding through the level, though. Oh, that's my bad. That's because at the end of this, I think no matter what happens, At the end of this, when this gets toggled back to false, we need to set self.reload to false. Otherwise, it's gonna just always reload after the first death. This is a great song. Did he say you had to back him up with a fist metal cracker? Okay, next level, sick. Reload, good. How about if I just do this? Okay, that should be doing the exact same thing as death because that's all that button does. Go quick! P mentioned. By the way, Average Atlas, if you're still lurking. Oh, I see you. Look at what I got in the mail. Wrong button. My cheese block has arrived. I'm excited. After stream, I'm gonna go curl up on the couch and play some, I don't know, legally acquired video games. The Velveeta Game Boy. It looks very pretty. I love the yellow. Okay, so the scene transition is functional. It's behaving the way we want it to. It does not visually look the way I necessarily want it. But I'm starting to wonder if we're like shooting ourselves in the foot too much by caring about it that much. I could go to the drawing board later to figure out like another visual effect perhaps. If the Pal Kitty is anything like Miyu, you recommend getting your own SD card and loading your own ROMs. What makes you say that? Is it just because the SD cards are kind of crap and they might crash? Or are they literally like bad? They're like not good for reading, so they like are slow to read, so the emulation is worse? They said the SD cards could fail. That's fine. I have a handful of SD cards laying around. I remember when SD cards used to be like really expensive. Now you can get like a micro SD card that's like 64 gigs for like 10 bucks. And it's SanDisk, which is like the industry standard brand. The guide would have told you this. Well, joke's on you, DJ Knuckles, because I did read I watched the guide, and I did go to Best Buy today on my lunch break to buy a micro SD card. Wait, you bought one of the Nintendo Switch SD cards? That feels extra BM to load ROMs of Nintendo games on a Nintendo branded SanDisk. That's all they had? I almost bought one too. They had like a Power Star SD card, but I was like, for like $2 more, or for like $2 cheaper, I can get the exact same thing. And I'm never gonna be looking at the SD card, so who cares? I want to do a cot emote, but it's like I'm torn on how to get it to look good. You have the Power Star one on your Switch? I've never bought a micro SD card for my Switch. I haven't had to. When I run out of room on my Switch, I just delete games off of it. Ah! Dan modeled cot. I guess that means that he's gonna have his own cot emote very soon. Woo! You know what might be interesting? I built the ability for the player character to do this, to move left and right. Maybe there should be a mechanic where like, almost like the ghosts from Mario, where if you're facing their direction, they don't move towards you. But if you're facing away from them, they move towards you. And the problem, like the thing that's interesting about that, or could be interesting about it, is that you're forced to face a certain direction based on what belt you're grabbing. I'm not controlling the player character in that situation. Also, you know what we need to do? I just noticed this. When a bullet strikes a player, we need to delete the bullet. And that can be discovered here. We'll also say delete A from actors. A, I think is what I'm looping through here. Yeah. So now the bullet should delete itself. You're gonna get your hair cut? Wait, are you getting like a haircut? Or are you just getting it trimmed? Okay, that works. Just the undercut? Okay, whew! I was gonna say, you can't just do that out of the blue. You have to like mentally warn me. I have to be mentally prepared. The haircut will happen after the Eclipse trip. Oh man, okay. It's your hair, it's your hair. You're being roped into an Eclipse trip? You're not being roped. Someone wants to share a life-changing experience with you and you should be glad. Because it really is a life-changing experience. You're being forced into an Eclipse trip? What do you mean forced? You could say no. I'm excited too, Zorak. I think it's gonna be sick. I'm excited to go camping. We're gonna be super stinky, by the way. I'm sorry. I mean, you're meeting us on the first day that we leave, so we won't be stinky yet. Wait, if you're meeting us on Sunday, then yes, we will probably be stinkier than we otherwise would be. I'm stinky all the time. I was thinking about this earlier. Do y'all ever wonder how someone smells before you meet them in real life? Everyone is either stinky or pre-stinky. No? You don't wonder that? Why not? Don't you ever wonder how someone looks before you meet them? Why can't you wonder how they smell also? It's just another scent. Or sense, I should say. Scoop! I'm getting pretty good at this level. I almost reflexively skipped the song. You know what we need to do? This is just for brain break territory. Real quick, let's just fix that last level so that the exit is not right here. You can make it like even harder. The exits are 4 wide by default, but we could like do a 2 wide exit, which makes it so that you have to, you know what? Single tile. Much more difficult now, just based on that. Please check my DMs from Simbera. Simbera's asleep. How could the DMs be popping right now? Also, by admitting to me, by telling me to look at my DMs from Simbera, you are leaking that there are DMs, which Simbera hates when you do. Death Star Trench Run, finish line. Yeah, I'm telling you. It's not impossible. I used to bomb Brats in my T16. Dude, Luke admitted to being kind of a psychopath and no one said anything. Go! Go! Oh man, that is hot on our butt. Okay, whew. Simbera says, what the frick? I'm beginning to think that this is not actually Simbera. This is a ruse. The Death Star Trentron is coming. It is upon us. All right, ready? Scoop. Go! Oh, barely made it. That actually is kind of fun. Bottom left cam might be... Oh! You're right. The problem, though, is that I have to be on the right side of the screen because I don't want to invert my camera and look with it like I'm looking away. Like, I don't want to invert my camera. Otherwise, I'll be looking away from the content that's on the screen. I can move top right or... Oh, you missed the trench run. That's why you're saying that. I think I'd rather just be off screen for a minute while I playtest this. Give me a second. Scoop! You know what I like to do? As soon as I turn off the webcams and y'all can't see it, I start making faces at you guys. And you'll never know. You'll never know exactly what I'm doing. I could be doing crazy stuff back here and you wouldn't know. I could be doing wild things, insano things, things that could end your whole career. Go back. I'm so bad. It's what? Simbera's Zong. It's Zorak's Bong. Don't get the lore twisted. Damn it. This level's kind of hard, man. That grab and then run from the battery or from the bullet. You also have to be careful not to hit the wall. Scoop. Ugh. We should probably add like a wall that you can stay up against, but it won't kill you. Please check the DMs. This is an outrage. Is it an emergency? Because I have to be honest with you. I don't know if I can save Simbera's life. They live in Denmark. That's quite far away. Scoop! Oh, trench run. Oh my god, I actually okay, hold on. Let me look at my DMs real quick without leaking anything. I'm back, by the way. I'm back. Betch. I'm looking at my DMs. Nothing appears to be an emergency. I am now confused. Simbergency does not appear to have been an emergency. Simbera got you. Why is Simbera awake and not in the stream? I see the little green icon next to their face. Has anyone seen Simbera and Zorak in the same place at the same time? No. This is very true. Although they both have played Lethal Company with me at the same time. So that would imply that they're playing it at the same time. Okay, so what should we work on right now? I think we need to, should I crack ground on the other obstacle that needs to be added? Because that's kind of the last thing that I want to add before starting to like stitch together all the levels, doing all that good stuff. 2 PCs and ventriloquist skills. Hold on, do these two people sound the same? Wait, I don't have a Zorak soundbite. I just realized this. I just have things about Zorak.
Zorak knows what he's doing. Many people tell me Zorak is one of the best crewmates.
Unless that is both Zorak and Simbera's voice.
Now you're gonna pay, baby.
Bye, 123. Have a great rest of your evening. It was good seeing you. I hope you can strive to reach your PB. As soon as you PB again, let us know in the Discord. That's pretty exciting. I feel like I need to get back into my biking routine. The weather is finally nice enough where I can do it. And I think I need to, in addition to biking, I need to get more like normal exercises, like regular exercises stuffed in there. Whew, I barely made it. Simbera will get a good sleep. How do we know? How do you know? Crap. Going to sleep right now? Isn't it like 5 hours ahead? It's almost 8 o'clock. Quick, do the math. How long? Like, what is that timing wise? Scoop. It's pretty late. Psychic lullaby. God, I just screamed so loud in my own head right now. Does it actually hurt your own head to do that? It hurts my head to do that. I think I need to break ground on the new obstacle. We still have a ton of sprites, by the way. I can get away with a lot of, like, art. I don't really know what I'm gonna do. I was, like, worried that I would run out of sprite space. I guess I could do, like, a nice title screen and stuff on this one. Is the last epoch... Wait, Proton, can you elaborate on how you're being forced into going on a trip for the eclipse? Why don't you want to go? Have you never been to a solar eclipse? They're freaking awesome. We're driving like very far and camping 2 nights in a row. And then like the day of, we're just gonna like be in the path of totality for it. All right, let's see. We need like arts for this. The laser beam, I think I want to just have it be following the same kind of like tile set format we've got. These are 1 wide, really? Let's do this. We'll set this up so that it's 1 and 3 on the purple to create that like fake depth that we have. Parents staying at someone's house near Indianapolis. Those people invited me and your girlfriend. Girlfriend said she wanted to. So your parents' friends invited you and now y'all are going? Trust me, Proton. I don't know what your relationship is with your folks or whatever. If you've never been to a solar eclipse, it is a religious experience. You will very quickly understand why people went apeshit when that shit was going on. It's legitimately one of the most incredible things I've ever experienced. Indianapolis is just annoying to get to. I will say this. I've never gone to a solar eclipse in a major city. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that I fear for the city of Cleveland, Ohio. Mostly because I've been to Cleveland, Ohio, so I know a little bit of like what the vibe is like. And I don't think... Like, I think the city might burn to the ground. People are gonna go crazy, man. Come to CLE for the eclipse. You can all stay in a castle. What's CLE? Is that Cleveland? People from Cleveland say it's CLE. Really? I didn't know that. I think maybe it needs to look... I'm trying to build like a laser beam. The laser beam is going to need something to indicate that it is ready to fire, I think. So we're going to have like... like these that are dark, and then I think it would go like... boom, 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 fully charged, and then it shoots. I think if we just add like... 2 things like this. The problem is that this doesn't have depth. It doesn't look very much like it has depth. That's kind of interesting looking, sort of. CLE is your airport name? Oh. I guess that makes sense. We call the ATL the ATL. Whoop. The only problem is that this is going to take a lot of... I guess we have sprites to burn. We could be like, hey, target these pixels specifically if it's this kind of tile and then recolor them. But that's like a lot of logic for something we don't necessarily need. So I think what I'll do is I'll just like copy this. Paste, paste. We're gonna need 4 per, because I want one that's like this, this, and then this. That's pretty nutty, but I mean, whatever. Oops. We're burning a lot of sprites for this, but I think it's fine. I just like, in my mind, this needs to have ticks so that the player can tell when it's about to fire. Why not Atalanta? ATL-Lanta? The real question is, how do you pronounce the music group? ATLians? Is it Atlians or is it Atlanteans? I actually don't know who that is. I've always wanted to start like a band though, that's name was Atlatl, like this. Because it's just ATL, ATL. And if you know what that is, it's like the old stick that, that like cavemen would use to fling spears very far. Okay, so we have this thingy now, which is cool. It needs a... You learned one thing today? You didn't know what an Atlatl was? No judgment, I just like, I feel like it was like one of those things that I was like inundated with information-wise. Every time I went to like a museum, it was like, did you know what an Atlatl is? And I was like, bro, chill, what the fuck? All right, so. Flag 9, which is boom, boom. This is going to be the... This is going to be the right shooting cannon. Well, actually... Yeah. This will be the cannon that shoots left. Let's actually do it like this. This is going to be 10. This will be right shooting laser. They're both kind of doing the same thing, so it doesn't really need to be distinguished like this, but it'll make it easier for me to be like, oh, offset the effect that we're going to do to illustrate that there's a laser beam. Offset it by, you know, the origin position of this tile minus or plus, just based on the flags. We're already going a little ham-fist with the way this is set up, so I'm not too concerned. We have 256 flags to leverage anyways, and we're not going to get anywhere close to that. Okay, 9 and 10. Nova! You like the Atlatl idea? I think this looks a little wonkus. Hold on a minute. Can I make it like... I can't decide if I like that better or worse. I think I like it better. Pixel art is so weird, man, because you could like, you change one thing, you change one pixel, and it changes the entirety of the way that the illustration reads. All right. So one thing that's worth noting is that we're never gonna use, well, no, yeah, we're always gonna use this one or this one to place them. We're just gonna use these as an animation cycle. So if we were in the map, let's do like level 1, for instance. I think we could say, let's just install a laser on this wall right quick. It's not gonna do anything right now, but the idea is that we can at least run logic against it to start animating it at the very least. Oh, I forgot black tiles are transparent, which is fine, but it's not ideal for this because we don't want to be able to see through them when there's like background stuff happening. So I'm just gonna color these black pixels dark blue. The dark blue in Pico 8 is actually a really good alternative to black. It just looks way better a lot of the time than like the harshness of black. Okay, save that, reload me. So what we need to do now is in our populate map function down here, there's logic that's looking for specific tiles. And then it has like engines for creating the things that it needs to create based on the flag. It's actually only looking for the type of tile it is, which I think this was an early decision for reasons I don't quite understand, but it's fine. In the future, I would probably want to stick with flags, but this is working fine for now, so I'm not going to mess with it. We need to state, which tiles are they? We need to look for 48. It's better to do flags because if I move this, I can set the flag on it and it just finds it based on the flag rather than looking at the specific tile. It also makes it so that you can have like multiple tiles register the same behavior. But not that big a deal for the current setup we have. What is this? Oh, we got the flag because of the, I see, I remember. Okay. So, down here, next to the create canyon, we're going to say if tile equals 48 or tile equals 52, then we're going to get the F, the flag, I feel like, yeah, the progress for Pico 8, it's very front loaded. Once you get like those systems designed, Once you get the systems designed, it's very rapid to build something up, which is cool. If F equals 9, we're gonna say oh yeah, let's just do 1 or -1. It's better that way. It doesn't really matter in this case, but either way. Else. I need to figure out, like, there's like ternary syntax for these if-else conditions where you're only doing like one simple thing, but it's very like convoluted in Pico 8 for my money. All right, so now we need to create a new factory, which is just create laser, where we're going to send x times 8 for positioning, y times 8 for positioning, and then the direction, same as the cannon. Sea-Doo dog, you got a gift sub? Holy cow. That means you could be sprouted. Welcome in, by the way. You can be sprouted and evolved. Are you sure you want the burden of sentience? Oops. Refresh my feed. Did Sea-Doo dog break it? Or are you already sprouted? You're already sprouted, that's the problem. You're a flower. I thought. Wait, did you stop following the channel again? Wow. Why? You're such a Proton. Such an enigma. Proton? Don't make me send you into the timeout corner. I'm just kidding. Should I share? Should I leak the list? Woo, don't leak the list. I almost leaked it. All right, we have all this. This is good. Uh-oh, is this gonna break now? I didn't save this. I think we just lost our entire cannon. Fudge, dude. I can't control Z that either. That blows. That's like my biggest oof with Pico 8. You can very easily lose things if you're not careful. Luckily, it's not very hard to rebuild things that you've made. But now I forget how I even had this set up. Hold on. Is this how it was? It looks a little narrow now. I think this is right. The software makes you want to start coding. You should do it. Why not? Coding is fun. I'm upset. We lost it. It was like something like this. We're missing like a... I think the tiles were like this. DJ Dr. C, welcome in. How are you? Busted. Sea-Doo dog in his Sundara era. Yeah, Pico 8 is it's easy to pick up and get something going. If you don't have like a history with coding, you might struggle a little bit to get something up and running at first. I think what I need to do is select this whole sucker and move it over 1 pixel. Yeah, that's the money. That's what it was. And then we had a purple line right here. Then these were dark blue. Boop, boop, boop. This was flagged as number 9. And then we just need to copy, paste, paste, paste. Red, 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 red. Save Pico 8 so that it updates our tile sheet. Over here, you actually can see it tick all the changes. Ba-da-ba-ba. I reflexively did that. I didn't have to, but it's for your own good. All right. Flip me. Put me on 10 for the flag. 2, 3, 4. Grab the red, the blood of angry men, etc., etc. Boop, boop, boop. All right, we're back. Save it. We're good. All right, so now we're creating a laser. We don't have this factory. Let's just do it under create bullets. This is going to be a little interesting. Because we're going to say X, Y, and then direction. Just call it D for now. This is going to return, scroll me. Return create actor laser. This is a laser beam, not a bullet. Laser. We might actually want to call this laser cannon. Let me think about this. No, I think we can just keep it as this. This is fine. So definitely at least 1 minute the alert went off after I entered. Oh, really? Interesting. Sometimes the Twitch API, I think it's a little slow. X, Y. And then this is all props. So what we want here is we want the direction to just be the direction. We want a draw function. Let's do the update function first. How you been doing, DJ Dr. C? Hope you've been doing well. Whoops. And then we want a draw function. I think for this, it's gonna be kind of weird because we can't, based on the factory, the populate map that we have down here, unless we go crazy, we're not even gonna be able to do that because, like, basically, we need to, I would like to have an ability to change the interval at which these things fire. You know what I mean? So that they're not all firing at the same time. But that gets a little complicated when it comes to, like, how do you uniquely identify that information and how you relate it back to the data that describes the level that the player's on. Because right now we have these objects down here describing the levels on a very basic level. It basically says, hey, this is where you should look for the map tiles on the level that they're on. This is the color of the background. This is the color of the background effect that's happening. And this is the player's spawn location. That's all that we're using to describe this stuff. If we wanted to, we could probably leverage in the factory for the laser in here. We could do some logic that's like, hey, let's look at the level, which is a global variable. And we can say, if it's level 1, give all the lasers that are created on this level this interval that it can fire on. If it's level 2, do it this way. Default it to this if it's not specified, whatever. But that still only lets you do that for the lasers on that particular map screen, not the individualized lasers that could show up on the map screen. You're back from the hair slicey? Dude, that was record timing. That was fast. We're gonna need a counter. We'll zero it out to start. Just let's get this functional in some way. On an update, we will always update the counter by 1. They just shaved it too quick. Let's see. So, how often should these fire? I'm thinking like every 5 seconds. That seems like a long time. Maybe every 3 seconds. So what is that? That is 90 frames. Every 90 frames. For now, here's what we'll do. We'll just set it up so that it switches out what sprite to draw based on the counter. If self.sprite. Man, I love that lick. If it's less than 30, because it starts at 0, but it also gets iterated by 1 before the draw function takes place. I think this is fine. Draw sprite at, this is going to be sprite number, ooh, this is where direction actually comes into play. How am I doing that in the other one? Well, it's already drawn to the screen, so it doesn't need to know. It does need to know, though. All right, give me a second. I'm thinking. I'm brain blasting. What we'll do, we'll add like a frames table. And we'll say right. We'll do a right shooting. Also, did I get these backwards? 9? 9 is a right shooting. Okay, I got it right. Can you mirror sprites to save space? I could. The problem with that, though, is that I'm using a very, I'm using a relatively convoluted system. So there's 2 different ways of handling sprites in Pico 8 that I've discovered. Could be wrong in my understanding or handling of them. But you can have sprites that are dynamically loaded to the screen and then move around, have properties, all that stuff, like the player sprites. And then you have map tiles, which are sprites, but they are rendered more statically, and you can apply logic to them based on these flags. And what I end up doing with those is essentially like you can leverage them for collision detection, whatever. But what's really happening in this populate map function for the creation of a laser is it's saying, hey, when you see this tile that's on the map, that's painted on the map Mario Maker style, or you see this tile that's painted on the map Mario Maker style, create this thing at the location where that map tile is that has logic being run against it. So I couldn't be like, technically I could be like, hey, in the map, place down any tile, really. It doesn't have to be what we have for the art for the sprite, but if we're gonna have to have it already anyways, we might as well. You could say, oh, we lost it because of the reload. You could drop this here. Like you could drop this tile at like one of these locations, and then you could say, oh, where's this tile? Is the X coordinate smaller than the middle of the screen? Don't flip it. Is it greater than the middle of the screen on the X-axis? Flip it. But it gets like, I don't know, it gets messy. I like being able to see exactly what the tiles should look like in the map, except for things like the battery, where this dot actually just renders the battery. So for optimization purposes, if I really wanted to squeeze extra tiles out of this, yes, that could easily be done. Same thing here too, with these 2 cannons. Yeah, we still have a lot of space, so I'm not too worried about it. But if I was trying to crunch, yeah, we would be living in 1 tile land for a lot of this. We wouldn't have like 2 different wall sprites like right here. You can't really see what I'm doing. We wouldn't have 2 corner sprites. We would just have to bake a lot more extra logic into the populate map logic that we have. Just because it would add like an extra layer of complexity. So inside here, go back to my factory. All we're doing right now is we're just gonna change what sprite we're dealing with. We have a frame. We're gonna call the right frames, the right facing. We'll just make it an array where it is sprites 48, 49, 50, and 51. 48, 49, 50. It actually has to be another table. 48, 49, 50, 51. And then left will also be a table, but it's going to be 52, also 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. And then what we'll say is, we could also do like its own init function, technically. I guess. Hold on, how would that run? Because we're never telling it to init. This is the init right here. I guess. Oh, we could just leverage it right here. We could just say if direction if it's equal to 1 or -1, or we could just say greater than 0. You hear that cowbell? Just set it equal to this. Whoops. We don't have to define it as anything to begin with. Otherwise, we do this. And we just replace it with this. We delete the interior table declaration because we don't need it. We delete this. We just set this equal to frames. So now we're like, we have like an initialization set of logic we can run against it. I don't know why I never thought of doing this before. This would make things a lot less complex than a lot of the other code that exists, for the record. But you know what? We learn things as we go, and we just remember, hey, let's employ this in the future. The exterior function before we return anything, this is where you can run initialization logic for individualized things. This would save me a lot of heartache elsewhere. Okay, so that takes care of that. What we would want to do in this case, we would want to just do self.frames of 1. Eraser is 0 or 1 indexed in Pico 8. Actually psychopathic, but whatever. If self.sprite is greater than or equal to 30, and also this should be countered. I don't know what I'm doing with this sprite behavior. And self.counter is less than 60, we just want this, but 2. I guess we could just set the frame. This is like very This is very like wordy. We could just do this at the bottom. And then just replace this with F. F equals 1. F equals 2. This will be greater than or equal to 60, less than or equal to 90. This will be 3. And we have 4 frames. What we'll do is we'll do 90, 120. Set this to the final frame. And then in here, we'll say if self counter is greater than or equal to 120, reset the self.counter to 0. All right. So now we should just see this iterate through the blinking. It'll go from this to this to this to this in the span of like 4 seconds, I think. Oh, we need to draw it. All right, so we saved that. It's updated. Let's go ahead and put it on the map. Level 1. Let's drop one like right here. And then we will all keep our eyes on it. Save that so it updates in here. Reload. Boom, baby. So the idea you're irrationally upset, so used to that song transitioning to Funk Express on the mixtape. I know. So check it out. It's going boom, boom, boom. That's when it would be firing. While it's fully redded up like that. Either that or when it's blanked out. But I think it makes more sense for it to be firing when it's fully charged up. 2. Is exit going to be middle? The exit is actually behind the webcam right here. And this is all basically playtesting levels at this point. There's no finalization for this. So I think we need another, we need a Boolean on this, I think. Firing. We'll set to false. But if it's between, if it's here, meaning it's fully charged, we need to set firing to true. And then if this happens, set this to false again. And then what we'll do with this is if firing is true, we're gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to like this, there's gonna have to be some behavior inherent. I'm trying to think of how we would do this. We could either create a new element, like a new object that has its own bounding boxes that basically takes up the entire row and like does some kind of animation so that you it's indicated that it's a laser that is going to roast you. Let me save this and then let me go in here. I want to get rid of this cannon that's shooting at the cannon or the laser. Save that. Did I just lose that? I did lose it. Why did it go away? Or what I could do is I could still just draw something to the screen that indicates that it's shooting, but then we just do a check that's basically like, hey, is the player on the same x-axis or in a range of x-axis as a laser that is currently firing? If so, they should be dead, so kill them. Is the item on the bottom left a key? Yeah, that's like a battery or something that you're grabbing to open the door. saving this. Load external changes, please. Thank you. Yeah, so the battery will allow you to exit. Not every level is going to have them. All right, let's see. What would be easiest to do? I think the X position check is maybe easier than adding a whole new element. And then having the player loop through and check it, like the bullets. I think all we do here is, since we're looping through the actors, we just say if a.name is equal to cannon, no, laser, then if a.laser.firing, hold on, wait, if a.laser.firing and a.laser.x, this is where we want to have like a range, because the X position is going to be at the very top corner right here. You can't really see it on my mouse. Here, hold on. You still can't see it, but either way, it's like right here on the cannon when it's actually on the game. We want it to be like between the top of that and the bottom of it, but not even quite. You want to have like a fake bounding box. I guess we could basically give a bounding box to the laser to indicate if we're overlapping in the area, and we could just make the bounding box wherever its X position is, and if it's a 0, we just make it all the way to 127 and we say yes. But then what if it collides with a wall? If it collides with the wall, I would want the laser to stop, I think, because that allows you to have like safety zones. How would I do that? How would I think about this? I think the easiest way to do that is kind of one of those things where it's like, oosh. It basically needs to paint a tile from one side of it, every tile, until it encounters a wall or a belt in this case. And if it does, don't draw a laser any further. Let's for now just do this. If a.laser.firing and a.laser.x is, we'll do minus. Also, it should be the Y position, not the X position. If the Y position minus 4, let's just do minus 2. This would be greater than, if it needs to be, this needs to be greater than the player's, no it doesn't. Maybe this is flawed. I think we do need to make a bounding box, but we need to make the bounding box dynamic. So every object, every actor in the game has a bounding box function. In the create actor, we have a get bounding box. It doesn't do anything unless you overwrite it in the creation of an actor to actually have the bounding box. The problem is that when we're in the factory creating these actors, it's hard to have context for other things. Actually, it's not. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Go back to the player. We can just, for now, this is gonna be annoying, and we'll turn it off here in a second. I just want to indicate that this works. We'll make the player die as soon as a laser fires. Update line 141, index field a laser, a nil value. Oh, it's because it is a laser. We should be dead now. Okay. So that is functional. Obviously extremely annoying, but not what we want, but it is at least there. So we need a means. We need to basically just create the bounding box for the laser cannon. And that needs to be based off the X and Y position. And then also needs to stop when it encounters a tile that is a wall or a belt. Let's go ahead and get that function. This would be get bounding box. And then this is going to be a little complicated, so it has to be dynamic, right? We have the X and Y position of the laser. So what I want to do is I want to say local mx, and I'm just going to set this to self.x divided by 8, because we want to turn it from the pixelized coordinates to a map pixel coordinate, which we have to divide by 8 to do. Same thing for this, local my. I'm calling them mx and my for mapx and mapy. What kind of style / genre of this game would be called? I think it's kind of like an arcade. It's like an arcade puzzle platformer, but you're not really doing any platforming except for like grabbing conveyor belts and moving around. You know what I mean? So we want to grab these, and then we want to essentially say, what is the other bounding box function doing in like the player? It's just a square. It draws a square, which is just like the x1, y1, y2, x1, y1, basically x1, y1, and then the width and the height of the box, which is represented by these things. So I think what we would want to do in this case I have an idea for my next Pico 8 game, by the way. I think it'll be fun to make, but I need to ruminate on it a little bit. So we have the map coordinate. We need to determine the direction we're going. So based on our direction, which is the self.d, let's just say we're only interested in moving over on the X position to find this bounding box, like the endpoint for the bounding box. This is going to be kind of weird now that I think about it. Here, let's see. If we do, let's just say if self.d is greater than 0, which means it is a right shooting, is how we've determined this, then we also want to say, let's do mx2, and then, no, mx2, not max. Max2, mx2, local, we don't need the y2. The y position is going to be the same because they're on the same row. The x2 is what we're trying to identify here. We're basically saying, hey, we have this coordinate on the map. Move a tile over until you hit something. And then once you've hit something that you shouldn't be hitting, That's where the MX2 needs to be. Convert that into normal pixel coordinates, make a box out of it, and return it. So, with that being said, we need a loop. And it only needs to go from 1 to 15. Decoy, what up? Ouch. Thank you for the resub. I hit the, that's the chord and everything. Thank you for the resub, hope you're doing well. How did your trip to Connecticut go? Does anyone else call it Connecticut? Are you allowed to call it Connecticut or is it Connecticut? Yo, Tyler, what up? What's going on? We are in the midst of adding a laser obstacle, which you can kind of see. It's blinking red. More fun to say Connecticut? Yeah, I think so too. But what does it connect? I don't know. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say for I equals 1 to 15, because that's going from, actually, should it be 1 to 15, or it should be 0 to 15. Do this is our X position moving over. We will say MX2. I'm actually just gonna call it X2. This is gonna get a little freaky. We're gonna plus equals 8 every time this loop runs, because it's gonna loop through a tile, and that's an 8. It's an 8 pixel square on the map. So we do that, and then if mget of our MX. Hold on, let me think about this. It's actually going to be of our I and then our MY. My brain, dude! If this tile, you know what, let's just get the tile. This. Craigasms. Ooh. If M gets I my. I know, I feel like my brain is like live turning into pudding. Exovims, what's up? How are you? Alright, so we get the tile. We get the tile. If tile is equal to, we can actually do this in, let's do it like this instead. If tile is equal to, we need to actually get the literal art assets for this, which is kind of annoying. We could do flags. We could do flags. Why not do flags? We're looking for flag 1, 2, or 3. Yeah, let's do flags. 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, 3 mentioned, by the way. Let's just call this flag. mget will do that, and then we'll just do fget. This will return what flag is on the sprite at the tile in the map that we're looking at. And then if the flag is equal to 1, or f is equal to 2, or f is equal to 3, whoop, then we want to return our bounding box. And if we make it to the end of the loop, we want to return our bounding box as well. Fget, that means, oh, you're right. Let's see, so if F1 or F2 or F3, then close off this thing before it gets out of hand. We're going to return the bounding box, which is going to be self.x. This is our x1. It can stay self.x. Self.y1. Let me just double check something. Yes, the y1 position, which we actually, I think, want to add a couple pixels to, because if you look at the laser beam, like nozzle, it's gonna be only like 2 or 3 pixels tall, which would mean that we would want to add, let's see, 1, 2, 3 perhaps. Let's just do 2 for now. We can always draw the bounding box. I have a function for that as well. Create laser. What happened? Where did we go? Okay. We want to self.y plus 2 for now. And then x2 is actually going to be x2. X-Men United. And then y2 is going to be... Oh, it's actually the y2. My bad. This is not x2. This is y2. Wait, no, it is x2. Oh, my brain. Hold on. Break up. Back up, back up, back up. Because we are moving on the x-axis. Yes. y2 is actually the same. Self.y. No, it's plus 5. Because we're making a square. I think this is right. Okay. If we make it through the loop, we want to do this. We want to return this. This would imply that the entire row has no walls, which doesn't strike me as accurate because there's always at least some walls. But what we can do here is we can say, yes, the X starting position. Yes, the Y starting position. X2 should be done being iterated here. And then this is the same. Also self.y. Selfie? Self.y. Self.y! Okay. I think that's all we need. And it looks code smelly, but I want to return, I want to break out of the loop here if we hit something, which is why we're doing it there. Otherwise, break out of the loop. It's gonna almost always hit this, or at least it should, because again, there's walls. So let's see if that did what I wanted it to do. I think what we're gonna do here is we need to, first off, I need to look at create actor. Does draw bounding box do something by default, or is it annoying? It does nothing. We should probably just make this do something by default. I think I kept it from doing something explicitly because not everything has a bounding box set, but we could just check for that. So I'm gonna change this behavior. I'm just gonna copy this. I'm actually gonna cut it, get rid of this. Go back up to the actor, generic object. In here. And then we'll just say if B, if B, paint the rectangle. All right, and now in our actual overall draw function where we have actors being drawn, I'm also just gonna call draw bounding box on everything that has one. And this is almost certainly gonna break everything. Let's see. Yep. But why? Attempting to perform arithmetic on x2 a nil value? That's not true, you're lying. Why are you lying? Does it need to be initialized as 0? Yes. Okay. So a bounding box is being created. It does not look like it's stopped. I think to illustrate this better, we need to save a billion times here, but then also go back into the map editor. Let's throw a, let's move this laser down. We will take this out, put this in, save this, rerun it. Oh, it is functional. We're just not returning soon enough. It's carrying over one too many tiles. Okay. That can be arranged. It also looks like it's roughly the right size, which is nice. Getting that on the first try is not common for me. So why is it too many over? I think we need to do this first, or after all of this, perhaps. Let's see if that breaks it. Whoops, wrong button. That's what we want. Sick. Okay, so this is important. Because now, let's go back into the map editor. Let's put this back on just the row that it was on a second ago. Doop. Doop. And then let's save this so that it updates our map information in the editor. But back in the player update, where we have detection for laser, we're gonna call this hazard collision. It probably should be just projectile. If the laser is there, what we want to do is we want to see if the laser is firing, but also, and areas overlapping, the player's bounding box and the actor's bounding box, which in this case is the laser itself. How come you don't have a laser, Woody? It's not a laser, it's a little light bulb that blinks. All right, ready? So now, when the lights are fully lit up, we should die. And I think we did. It's hard to tell with the bounding boxes being drawn. Let me go back. Let's comment this out. Ready? 2. Oh, baby. That's exactly the behavior we want to see. Now all that needs to really happen is we need to draw something when the laser is firing. We need to draw, and it needs to probably be the bounding box's like width, obviously. That feels good, man. That hazard was honestly way easier to put together than the bullets, ironically enough. But I think it's because I've gotten a little bit more familiar and comfortable with the programming ecosystem that I have for this. I'm more familiar with the systems that I've developed. Scoop! Duh. Perfect. Threaded the needle there. Awesome. The laser is functional. It is not visually pleasing. I guess, you know what we could do? Just for now, I'm going to edit the lasers. Where is it? Give me my laser. How come I don't have a laser? I'm going to edit its draw bounding box function. And I'm going to have it so that it's get bounding box. I'm going to have it so that it's rect fills. So this is going to be a rectangle that is filled. And it's going to be at B1 B2, B3, B4, and then we're gonna make it, let's make it yellow just for now. The red is so harsh to look at. Well, it should probably be red because that's what the lights are, but that's not a big deal. And then we're only gonna draw this if it is firing. So now we have like at least some kind of visual indicator. It's gonna look weird because it's gonna be cutting over the top of the laser, so watch. Bzz. Actually, that looks pretty sick, man. It's drawing on top of it on underneath it on accident. Dead. Bzz. Quick! Get out of there! Oh man, that's tough. Have the feet animated when moving. Well, he actually doesn't have feet. These are like little arms, and he's just grabbing the conveyor belt and holding on for dear life. Scoop. I wanted to do very minimal like player animation for my first Pico 8 game because I didn't want to get hung up in art hell. But I do like the idea of this little robot character having legs and moving around. There's actually this little robot character that I've designed. First off, it's a very simple design. I'm sure it's been like concocted before, but there's a version of it that exists for another game I was making in Godot a while ago, where he has little legs, and he's more like that droid from the, what is that? Those newer Star Wars games where you play as the redheaded guy. You see them as feet or even wheels. Boop. Yeah, no, he's just grabbing on and hanging on for dear life. Get out of there! Oh. Jedi Survivor? Yeah. You know the little droid from that one? BD-10? That's what he reminds me of in that. He's actually running in that one. It's cute. Let's see. Hold on. Let's make sure that the right side laser is functional. Let's just slap one here up against this belt, and then let's slap another one like right here. The problem is that these are going to fire at the same time, so we'll have to be careful with our considerations. You know, it'd be interesting too. We could like fill P with a random fill above the bounding box to give it like an effect. And yes, I said fill P. This is important. Oh, you know what? We only did the logic for this part. We need to go backwards. If it's the opposite direction, we want to go from 15 to 0. And again, this feels very code smell. Do I have cherry blues? I don't think they're actually cherry blues. This is a Logitech GeForce or whatever keyboard. It has some kind of mechanical switches in them, but I don't think they're specifically cherry blues. But they are meant to be like the equivalent of a blue switch, I'm pretty sure. So good ear. Arborcat, have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for hanging out. Uh-oh. That is clearly improper. Also, our other one is not firing. What's that all about? Big keyboard. I was looking at some, they have like these new, I don't know how new they are, but there's like a brand in Oh, I think this is the problem. Maybe. X2 is not 0. Oh, it needs to be... Wait, what? I saw some newer ones at, like, Best Buy today. And you could, like, build... Like, you could buy components for them. So this is clearly incorrect. This needs to be... There's a handful of other things that need to happen here. I think... It's fine to define this out here, but this needs to be... Actually, I think we want to do it in here, because I think X2 needs to be 0 for this case. It needs to be 127 for this case. And then this needs to be subtracting 8. And then we need to... I'm concerned over why this one down here is not working now. That's interesting to me. If I ever wanted to build a keyboard, I have been interested. I have a mechanical keyboard that I used to use. It's like an old... I can't remember the brand. Poker? I don't think that's the brand. That's just like the model. POK3R. And it has cherry blues, but it's old at this point. I don't use it much anymore. All right, what are you doing now? Are you better? Not better. Did you see that? Oh, this is... Wait, I think I know what I did here. Go to the map. 2. Yeah, I painted it with the wrong tile. That's why that's not firing. So our left-facing bounding box is still very sick. It's because the X1 is actually different in this position. I think we want to invert them, actually. Well, we know self-X... Here, hold on. Self.X is going to be in the corner. That's the problem. No. We can draw things in the negative, I think. Maybe we start this at 0. Here, let me just see. I don't know what'll actually happen. If you draw something at like negative value. And then, just for the sake of speeding this up, let's make sure we pass in level 2 here. I think this might put me on level 3. Ah, there's unsaved changes. Just save that. Alright, go back down. This should be... down here in the green zone. This needs to be... Let's try 0. This is going to subtract from it. I don't know if it's going to draw in the negative, though. It's kind of weird to think about. Also, we didn't change this. This might put us on level 3, I think. Yeah. It actually put us out of bounds. What? Whoa, get that out of there. It doesn't like set level in this case. I didn't know PicoWay had a search function. Set level's now busted. Oh, because it's not a number anymore. Oh! I'm doing this wrong. Keep that there. Put this at level 2. This is the wrong level. Okay, put it on level 1. Okay. I think because it's got a negative coordinate, it's actually freaking out. That makes a lot of sense, actually. It's actually drawing this from the start all the way to like negative 127, which is going to be like 2 screens over. That's totally sensible. And we're drawing this backwards. So I think we want to do a similar thing as up here, but we want to change these values around. I think we want to keep this at 127. We want to subtract 8 from it, but I think what we want to do is we want to set this to x2, xmin united, and then we want to set this to self.x. Same thing here. Still improper, but hold on. I think we're getting closer. I think no matter what, we want to add how'd Splunking go? Poorly. What are you doing, man? This should be adding X. This should be adding every time there's a tile that is fine. When there's a tile that's not fine, we want to return the bounding box. And at this point, x.2 is essentially the width. Maybe we want to do self.x minus x2. And then this needs to be x2. Nope. Did I make it out? I did get to tide pool once. Trying to think. Let me see. X for this needs to be, so this is the X coordinate for this tile. I know you can't see it because my mouse is not capturing on this window. It's at the top left corner of the actual laser cannon. It needs to be moved over by the width of what's calculated here, which is why I subtracted. So that's the X1. Big ass. Dang, you played like Nicki Minaj's Behind today. Why are you coming so hard at me, man? You know what? I know you like this. That's +1. That's 5 + 1. I like how it also nukes your messages from history. You've had 4 timeouts in the channel. I think you're the only person with more than 1 timeout that didn't get banned. Let me see, hold on. So we need the self.x to be the width of this. And then the endpoint just needs to be the top cannon plus, yeah, that's it. Just the top point of the cannon. Does vanish count? I don't think I have vanish activated. So I think now this is fine. This logically makes sense. Let's just copy paste this to the bottom. But what is concerning, timeouts going up, we're at 6 seconds. It's gonna be +1 for every timeout that Platinum Fox racks up. Let's see, so there's that. I think our problem is in the calculation of this, which doesn't make sense. Because this is basically just going through the tiles, starting at the right side and moving over. Do I have to indicate that it's -1 when I'm going in reverse direction like this? Well, that definitely changed things. Okay. That's definitely not right. I only last 6 seconds anyways. Tried to vanish yourself. Man, you know what? You minus 1 second to your timeout quota for that. You self-dunked hard enough. All right, let's see. Hold on. Why is my brain not able to conceptualize this? We're starting here. We're moving over tiles. We're adding just 8 to a variable every time a tile is fine. When the tile is no longer fine, we want to return a box that draws from, I guess, the top corner of the cannon to... Oh, maybe that's the problem. Let's try this. Okay, that's better. I think, hold on. Nope. So this is saying now, take the self minus x2 plus 8, I think is what we need to do to offset this better. Something's not quite right with it. We're drawing like an inverted box, which is weird. That's what we want, but it's super weird. Like the calculation for it makes sense, but it's fucking ugly. And it's not a good idea to draw a box the opposite direction, but it should still be functional. Let's see if this kills us. Gotta time this perfectly. Yeah! It does not. See, that's a problem. That one still does. Okay, so hold on. I think we can do this differently. Let's just take these X positions and move them. Because I think what that's doing, when you draw the box inside out, it's messing up the math for the bounding boxes. Like understanding where they're supposed to be colliding. Yep, that was it. Woo! Wait, Decoy, you play rugby? That's a fun fact. I don't like that this one is overlapping. Hold on. Let me do plus. Hold on. Let me look at this again. Recently got back into game dev yourself after 5+ years since working on anything. I just found you in the dev director and you seem to be working on something more my speed. What's up? Welcome in. How are you? Yes, this is a Pico 8 game. Have you ever heard of Pico 8? Pico 8 is a fantasy console that uses Lua scripting and its own like editor for a lot of its assets and whatnot. Shockwave Zero, good to see you. Welcome back to your dev journey. Right now we're working on drawing bounding boxes for a laser hazard that is just now actually where I want it to be, kind of. You'll notice if you look at the laser firing on the left side of the screen, the bounding box is actually being drawn underneath the tile. It's like offset a little bit. The one on the right side of the screen is right on the edge, which I don't think is correct. So I think we want to add, hold on, +8. I think we want to add 8 to this as well, weirdly enough. And I broke it again. That's because I changed this. Whoops. That looked more accurate. It's weird though, the starting position looks like it needs to be... It looks like it needs to be... Because you see how when this laser fires, it covers up a little bit of the belt? Like that one pixel wide area of the belt. But then when the one shooting to the left fires on the right side of the screen, it's ending on the belt, which is actually better looking to me. But it bugs me that they're not the same. So I think what that means is that in this one up here, the X2 needs to be like -1. You're working with C# and Monogame, but this looks very similar in designing and drawing the code. That's interesting. I've never used Monogame, or I don't really use C# either, but I'm sure the language principles are similar enough, you know? Because it's, you know, if you know how to develop, if you know how to code, you should be pretty much good to go. Scoop! You can pick up concepts very rapidly. Let me out! Sick. The lasers are functional. They are not cool enough looking, in my opinion, but they are at least functional, and they are not off kilter. You know what would be weird? I'm gonna try something real quick. In level 3, this is gonna look weird, I think. Yeah, it doesn't really flow with the level design at all. But what if I did like this? It's kind of weird. We'll have to make some new tiles for like just generic floor, generic like level platforming. I just want to put a laser here and see how this behaves. Save that. Let's go up here. Let's start on 2. Yeah, see, that's a problem. You know why it's doing this? It's because of this loop, I think. Actually, hold on, let me think about this. Yeah, it's because here we're making an assumption that it's gonna loop through tile 0. It actually needs to start. It needs to start at self.x divided by 8. And then it needs to go to 15 minus self.x divided by 8. Holy bursh. Let's see if that fixes this. It's getting a little ugly with the math. Alright, that is actually totally wrong, but that looks like roughly the right size. It's just pointing in the wrong direction now. Can the final boss be Sea-Dude Dog? Did you just refer to yourself in the third person? I'm not judging or anything, but I'm just asking for clarification. So mysterious. Here's what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna say, for now, until my brain is more equipped, aka not like asleep, I'm going to impose the rule upon myself that lasers have to be strapped to the wall. They have to exist on the wall. Here's what I think we should do. We should do like, give me the battery spawn like right here. And then drop a laser on this wall. And then let's take this gun away. Save that, rerun it. Let's see if this functions right. Okay, that's still behaving normally. Skirt, 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 go! Okay. Woo! Alright, now we have to ride the lightning and hope we don't get blasted here. We're fine. But then that bullet got us. This song is so relaxing. It's an actual, like, this is a classical music piece, right? But the guy for Risk of Rain spiced it up. That was extremely close. All right, now I just have to thread the needle here, and we're good. You should have upgrades to jump higher or speed upgrade. I was thinking, like, maybe some belts could have a configurable variable when they're instantiated that makes them faster, so that, because, like, the player is not moving. The player is never moving except for the conveyor belts that are moving them forward. So right now the robot's a little floating guy. He's unable to move unless he sits down and grabs these conveyors or reaches up and grabs them. Get down, Mr. President. Woo! The laser gave us a haircut. I wonder what it would look like real quick. How do you randomize fill P? Because, like, you can include values in... By the way, we haven't cracked open the docs once today. That's pretty promising. It's like hex based. There's some like hex values you can dump into this. I'd really know how it works. Single 4-bit color index into 2 4-bit color index, secondary palette, display palette. No. I want fill P. Fill P. Here, let's look at this together. Bust out your microscopes. Pico-8 fill pattern is a 4x4, 2-color tiled pattern observed by circ, circfill, rect, rectfill, etc. P is a bit field in reading order starting from the highest bit. To calculate the pattern for P, oh. It looks like so you can, if you wanted to turn this tile a different color, you would supply just that number, but if you wanted all of these, you would like summate them, I think is the idea. Yeah, see what it's doing? This would create a checkerboard pattern, meaning 4 plus 8, interesting, that doesn't make sense to me already, plus 64, plus 128. Oh, it's coloring these 4 in this corner. Okay, so I am right in thinking this way. So basically what I would want to do here, I would want to create a number between 0 and whatever the summation of this is. How do I just have to bust out a calculator. I'm not going to do this. Ooh, but it won't be able to work that way. Well, it should actually. This should be able to represent any number between whatever this is and then everything additive. It's binary. It's like binary or like hex. So hold on, let's see. 32768 plus 60384 plus 8192 plus 4096 plus 2048 plus 1024 plus 512 plus 256 plus 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1 653 65535. Okay. 65535. So I think what we can do, I'm gonna try this real quick just to sate my curiosity. In the lasers draw function for this. Wait, where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? For this draw bounding box, I'm gonna just say fill P, and then we'll do floor random 65 or 63535? 65535. 535. And this will create a random number 65535. This will create a random number between those, and it'll use the fill pattern. So what I hope to see here is like an Insano mode laser beam. You know what I mean? Let's start on level 0. Okay, so it's applying to the entire screen, which is a problem, but that's actually really cool looking. If we can fix it. I think all we have to do is after we draw, we just fill P back to nothing. Fascinating. I don't like that it's black. It needs to be like transparent, which is interesting that it's not by default because that's how black functions. But that is at least more visually interesting than a regular bar. Oops. And I think now we'll set this back to red, which I think is color 8. I haven't committed the colors to memory yet. That's pretty sick, dude. I would like to figure out why it's not transparent. Let's see, what does fill P say? The second color is not drawn. Why is it translating it to this? I guess that's, is this 16 numbers? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. More neatly expressed in binary. What's the 0B? Hold on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 0B just indicates that it's binary, and then we can do 0.1. Alright, so I think what we do instead... 1, 2, 3 mentioned, indeed. What we do instead of this... Is there a way... Hold on, maybe I can just say... Maybe I can just add 0.1 to the end of it. I mean, we could create this in binary. I like how it's like, oh, this could be more neatly expressed in binary. It's like, yeah, if you're a machine, this number is tiny. I understand this number. Is there even like a binary number? Like, if this is like a value, this is like a casting it as binary so that it knows to read these zeros. Is there a way to get a random, like convert a number to a random binary representation easily, or am I gonna have to build that myself? Spoiler alert, I think I'm gonna have to build it myself. Whoa! You scared me.
I walk into the room and you don't see me.
I am deep in the sauce. I didn't even know you were home. Did y'all see that? Mox just like tried to scare the crap out of me.
They saw me full on flop. Oh.
Where did you jump from?
From where sushi is.
Jeez.
Just like wailed myself.
Welcome in.
Hi, chat. Hi, Tidge. Hi, Bobbert. Zaby. Hey, Average Atlas. Hey, DJ Knuckles. Hey, Dr. C. DJ Dr. C. It's always confusing when DJ Knuckles and DJ Dr. C say something back to back of each other. It breaks my brain.
Convert number to binary. Pico eats.
I walked in for you saying, is there even binary numbers?
I'm just like, I want to find this because I don't want to. What the hell? I think this is what I want. I'm just like grabbing a function that someone put together. I don't usually like to do this. I would like to hard code it myself, but I'm out of time and I want to get this done to sate my curiosity. So real quick, I'll just make a helper. Helper. Number to binary. This goes from 0 to 16. It does some math on it to convert it to binary. I have never seen the greater than or equals to. I don't know what that's doing. I'll have to get into the guts of Lua to figure out what's up with that. But here, set our local to this. And then do, let's just see if this works first without having to concern ourselves with the thingy. Let's do, what was it? What was the name of that function? By, oh my god, this pink color is like melting my eyes. DTB. I'm gonna change the name of that because it's driving me insane. Actually, what's that? That's okay. Okay, it's still functional, which is nice, kind of. It doesn't look like it's as functional, weirdly enough. But then we want to, I want to see in that function. Oh, interesting. It's like building on top of it. It's almost like a spread operator for a string when it's working that way. I think we want to do like, I don't know if this is gonna work. Yeah, I figured that was probably not going to function. I just want to take, how do I string interpolate this? I think I have to do it like this. Nope. Let me make sure it's actually reloading the changes. I think it is. Okay. How did it do that again? Hold on, go back. Point 1 should just be transparency. Maybe I need to do like the 0B thing so that it's indicating that it's binary. I've never worked with binary data. Oh, wrong code base. I've never worked with binary data inside of Pico 8 like this. Let's see. 0B dot dot this dot 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 dot. I don't think that's gonna work. Perhaps. It's functional, baby! That looks cool. Now that there's transparency, it looks way better. Look.
Me?
Yeah.
What?
I have lasers now.
That's cool. That's very cute. Did I put my phone on somewhere?
Let me out! Ooh, safe. Yeah, that's fancy. I like that. So every frame that the box is being drawn, we are filling it with a random pattern so that it creates like a cool texture. Adds a little bit more chaos to the mix. I don't know if I like the yellow or the black better, honestly. Or the yellow or the red better. Yellow definitely stands out more against the other color palettes that we're, or the other color codes that we're using. I think what I would want to do though in that case is I would want to change these sprites to reflect that yellow color as being part of like what's charging, which is thankfully an easy task. Yeah, baby, that looks sick. We're getting lasered. So now, I mean, I'm basically at the point where I have all the like toys in the sandbox. It's time to start stitching together levels, putting together like a quote unquote narrative, play testing it, stitch the levels together, add some music, add some sound effects, and then boom, baby, let's get it on the BBS or whatever it's called, the cart system, and let's move on to the next project. I love it! That being said, folks, I think this is where we're gonna end stream for the evening. Thank you all so much for hanging out. This was a very productive coding session. Very well done. Yeah, big moves. Thank you all once again for hanging out. Thank you all so much for the support today. You guys are awesome. I will be live again on Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wait, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Saturday, I'll be live 10 a.m. GT Tuna, what's up? How are ya? Also, goodbye. Exclamation point Discord if you'd like to join the community Discord and you're not a part of it yet. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Thursday. Let's see. Snag gets mad when we raid him. You know what? Moss Castle, aka Arborcat, aka Tainted Azazel, they hit affiliate finally. They have emotes. We're gonna send you over to them. Give them a follow if you haven't. Why does Snag get mad? Because Snag wants me to go show off other people. Like last time I raided him, he immediately raided another channel, but didn't go offline. So it like, he like controlled our raid by sending us elsewhere. Yeah! We love Snag, of course, but I think he wants us to push to other people. For a little while, at least. So I'm going to send you all over to Moss Castle. Make sure you give them a follow. Check out their emotes. It's Arborcat and Tainted Azazel, noted members of the 596 community. Hang out with them. It's a super group channel. I will see you all next time. Everybody, yeah, new emotes. Hit him with that as the raid message. I will see you all next time. Have a great evening. Mwah, bye-bye. Da, 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 da.